I'll start
Hold
recording.
Well,
Okay, I'll trim this out.
we'll cut it.
Once you
We'll
start,
cut
you can't
this.
stop.
Daniel has mastered the delayed reaction. It's a science at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's a beautiful art form, and he's the lone artist. Head and shoulders above the rest.
Above the rest.
He's a pee piss boy. It's beautiful. Can't have no yawning, bro.
No. I'm gonna be yawning.
You got a long night.
My boy is tired.
It's Friday the 13th. You guys gotta survive till midnight and hope the luck wears in.
We'll see. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Had to tell Hunter happy birthday today.
I didn't know it was Hunter's birthday. That's nice.
I mean, is it?
Another
I don't know.
year.
Could be.
You don't know.
I don't know
Maybe I'm
anybody's birthday.
lying.
I don't know anyone's birthday. You tell me it's his birthday, I believe you.
100% is his birthday.
I can kind of sometimes guess people's months, and that's like iffy.
I didn't forget Daniel's this year.
When was Daniel's?
No,
Pretty
like
fucked up.
I was gonna say, Brian, when was Daniel's?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I'm just kidding. I don't remember anybody's.
Yeah.
That shit's too complicated.
It was last week.
Fuck! Happy birthday. Yay. Yay.
I won't say what day, mainly just cause, but
I wouldn't remember if you told me.
well, I don't care if people know that it's Hunter's birthday on a recording, but I won't say Daniel's. That's gonna go on the internet.
Oh,
I
well,
care
we're
about
cutting this
Daniel.
all out in post anyway, so it's fine.
Putting out in post. God damn it! I forgot the fucking dice. I was all comfortable, and now I gotta get up and fucking
I was
god
all
damn it.
comfortable.
So now I can be mobile and be
He's
all like
mobile.
in my bed because I'm modern now.
Nice.
No, I think this year might be the best consecutive year for not forgetting people's birthdays and or getting them mixed up with someone else's.
I've been doing pretty good, I think.
Oh
This year.
god damn it!
But I've apparently forgotten Daniel's. But then again, no one said anything. Normally, I feel like there's some sort of heads up a little bit beforehand.
Well, see, I just figured because we all talked about it
blame
last
you.
year.
I blame you, Austin. You're supposed to warn me.
That's nowhere in the bylaws.
It
I read my
Man.
contract.
It really doesn't matter. It's just another day.
Nah, man, it was a big one this year.
If you're talking about my birthday, I agree with you. If you're talking about other people's birthdays, I don't. I don't give a shit about my birthdays, but I need to care about other people's birthdays.
Why
Daniel's
do you need to?
I shows that you care.
Daniel's digits are different than mine now, so it's
They are. He's got different digits.
both
They're
of
always
them.
digits.
No, one of them's usually the same for at least
10 years.
nine and a half months or 9.5 years.
Uh-huh. But now it has changed. There's a 3 up front now.
And this is the second time in the almost 2 decades we've known each other that they've both been different.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same. There's no difference. Exact same.
See, if we were to write them out, Daniel, the numbers would disagree.
That's true, but how I feel now from before is the exact same.
I don't know. Have you asked your toe how it feels?
My toe has healed up and it's fine.
He brings up a valid point.
Because from now on, when you break, that happened right before. If you broke him tomorrow, it might be a different story. You'd be crippled for life.
True. This is fast.
Is that how that works?
That's how I hear. Apparently now you're in the time of just breaking.
The time of
I
breaking.
didn't break because I was fragile. I broke because of an intense moment.
No, but see, that was before. But you just had your birthday last week, and that was after the break. Now, if you were to break it, you've just entered the realm of
Oh,
fragility.
okay, I see now.
Yeah. Now you got to go get a tat that says fragile on the back of it somewhere. It's all right. I've had the body of a 70-year-old man for the last 70 years. I'm already broken. I turn my neck wrong and I go stiff for like a week.
We've all been there.
I hate seeing the videos of stuff like, oh, haha, before this time of in your life, you do this and it's fine afterwards. And I'm like, dude, I've been there. What are you talking about? I don't remember the last time I could look over my left shoulder and not break my neck.
Okay, now that that's fixed, I'm good. Is everyone else good?
Yeah, we ready.
Good. Okay. So, for today's character question, get everybody kind of back into the mood a little bit because it has been a minute. Talking about some heavier stuff now. We're getting into kind of a climactic sort of area of where we're at now, specifically for Springfield. So, just a little like bit to know about your character, maybe a little on the negative side, but good to know. If your character had to define their worst vice, what would it be? Saying I don't have vices is not an answer. Come up with one.
Is this session 13?
14.
14. Hmm.
A vice.
This should have been homework.
Nice. This is classwork, baby.
Hmm.
This is busy work while teacher gets the exam ready.
The first idea that comes to mind is just like maybe callousness.
As a vice?
Well, just like an idea of one.
Okay.
Thinking of like negative character traits. I'm still thinking of like a physical vice.
Hmm.
I don't know why the idea of callousness is like an actual vice I find hilarious. It's like I like to just go out on the town and be a dick. And I love it.
Hmm.
I just like to walk past beggars on the street and they ask me for money and I say I don't care. And I just get a little bit of an adrenaline high every time I say I don't care as I walk past.
Say
Ooh,
it again.
ooh, ooh.
Hmm.
I think I done stumped y'all this week. My God.
I wasn't ready for this.
I was gonna say, that's why I said
Yeah.
this should have been.
You got me.
Hmm. Alrighty.
Yeah, you probably drink.
Drinking.
Straightforward, easy to do.
A little bit of the booze.
Yeah.
Fair enough. It burns the pain down. What about you two? What's your biggest vice?
Got one, but I'm still trying to think of possibly another one that might.
100% black tar heroin.
You got me.
That's the one.
Only made in the most southeastern regions.
Beautiful.
Cambodia.
Mm.
I got mine.
All
Go
right,
for it.
let's hear it.
My vice is wanting to be the stone wall, the commanding force to lead the people around me, causing myself harm and not understanding the consequences that could forsake myself and those around me whenever I do the aggressive, when I build the aggressive stone wall against the adversaries we face.
I see. I see. I'm gonna jot that vice down as mental construction, emotional construction. All right.
All
What do
right.
we think, Austin? What we got?
I think the biggest vice that JP would probably have and probably had for a long time would be an overwhelming sense of self-doubt. Because we've already gone through part of his history on how he was more or less just a complete disappointment when it came to being a mobster or a bad person. He finally thinks he finds a calling. He's allowed to put his trust into something else because he obviously can't trust himself to do it right. And then as soon as the ball falls into his court, even session-wise, and he's got to have just a little bit of... He's got to get it done because the other two can't cross a line, being a literal, like, magical line. He screws that up.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just been a downhill effect of him making mistake after mistake after mistake because he keeps trying to do things in a sense of his way, but knowing he's going to mess it up. It's almost like self-fulfilling prophecy. He's like, man, I'm probably going to mess this up. And what does he do? Messes it up.
That's rough, buddy. That's fucking rough. Okay. Good job, everybody. I hope everyone's feeling suitably in character for that. Okay, so that being said, thank you for answering the character question. Now, I have absolutely no clue who did the previously on last time, so,
I think it was
open
me.
table. Whoever wants it can take it.
You know, how about we take a 1 hour or a 4-hour stint break? I'll share the video from last
We'll
time.
just watch the whole thing.
we'll just team listen.
I like it. I like it. I know it's been a long time. If you guys don't want to do the previously on, that's fine. I can do the previously on if no one's feeling up to it.
I mean, I can try, but I think it's probably better if you do it.
I guarantee you guys have better notes than I do, is the only reason I'm throwing it up there, but I will do my best.
You listened to session like last week.
Sure. I'm definitely not pulling it up right now to see where it started because this is all one long session to me.
Well, I know. I mean, I know it
Oh.
started with because we had just killed dude, and then dude's knife magically stabbed Chance at the end of the one before last session, and last session's beginning was me resurrecting and stopping the blood of Fairchild.
That sounds right.
I was resurrected.
That sounds right-ish.
But
There
after
was a
that,
resurrection.
it is a
That's where we
blur.
started, and as I recovered, the two of you had to go bury the body,
Mm-hmm.
and you guys took him a few blocks that away. And then Lad's like, I'm gonna chop this dude's face off.
That happened.
Then he dropped it in a flower bed on his way back.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote a letter.
Yes.
You wrote a letter,
Yeah,
yes.
I still have that
and,
letter.
and that night, Mr. John H. Whitman woke
Oh
up
yeah.
and said, I got some business to take care of, and stole half of our money.
That's right. And then he went to the
Oh
brothel.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And that's,
He
I
got
think,
He
was it,
left.
suited onto a bender.
I believe last session was when I found out he has a demon in him.
Yeah.
Yep, we went over that. He
Yeah.
left empty and loose, and on his way back, he he walked into an alley, immediately got jumped,
Uh-huh.
and then a gunfight started, and he killed two people, or he killed one person, and then the police showed up,
That's
and
right.
he managed to spin it as he was not the most wanted man in town. And they're like, all right, well, now we have two dead people on our hands, but we got to patch you up. And since he's a dead man, he couldn't have people looking at him too hard. And so he slipped out while they were trying to get like a table or something. There was an opportunity for Mr. John H. Whitman to slip out, and so he took it and then hopped into a barrel like Sea of Thieves style and just hid and somehow made it. And he moseyed his way on back to the militiamen's base where we were staying, and Ollie went towards the brothel to since he kind of deduced that that's probably where he went. And we all kind of split up from there
Mm-hmm.
accidentally. Uh, Ollie went to the brothel, handed over the Pinkertons' notebook, and finished his side of the deal. Mr. John H. Whitman was a ninja and made his way back to base undetected, and JP went and sent off his letter. And then we reconvened, and we were still trying to find the guy who escaped the factory that all the Pinkertons were looking for.
Yes.
And we poked around, like we were trying to get an idea of where to go, and we still weren't sure. So we're like, we know exactly where to go. So we went to our friend Jimbo, uh, and we're like, hey Jimbo, we're looking for sellers on the burnt out side of town. What can you tell us? And he's like, all right, you might narrow it down to this few blocks. And we're like, shit, man, great job. And Whitman picked up like a sawed off shotgun from there, I think.
He picked up
Uh,
some sort of
Uh,
weapon.
that's not
Yeah,
a
yeah, he,
it's a yeah. I got a sawed-off lever action to be exact.
He got him a
there we are.
terminus.
And I picked up the grenades.
Mhm.
And then we went looking, and we made some pretty good checks, and we were able to track down this guy who I can't remember his name, Mark.
Mhm. Correct.
Oh man, really? Oh,
Mhm.
I'm not saying I should get like 5 inspiration for this, but I'm
No.
really stretching here.
No. No. No.
And we
Inspiration, give it.
found we found him, and Ollie went in, and this guy was clearly rattled, and we gave him some food and some water, and convinced him that we were friendly. And Ollie saw that he had a big old needle sticking out of his head, and that's probably not great.
Mhm.
And he informed us of there's a cat who gets your tongue in the factory and makes sure that you can't talk, and that's probably part of what the needle is. Uh, and he realized that after he got his tongue cut, he could still speak, and so he knew he had to get the hell out of there. He told us that they were making cups out of people, and they were making one big cup, uh, and to not go down into the basement. The basement was very, very bad, or no one comes out of the basement, I think is what he said.
Mhm.
And so we're like, cool, great, love all this intel. We have to get you back to the militia base. And so we snuck by ourselves, and he golemed his own way,
Mhm.
and we all reconvened. And then we had to go get the doc who was going to help Whitman to try and do some surgery on this guy. And the doctor came in super confused, and he's like, "That dude is dead." I'm like, "Don't worry. You don't have to fix him. He's a lost cause. I got someone else for you." And through a team check of magical healing, essentially like an animal handling check, and Whitman just holding the man down, we managed to extract the needle.
Yep.
And Mark came back to his senses, and we talked to the militia leader and Mark a little bit more, or from before. We know that Van Zant has essentially 3 hostages,
Mm-hmm.
2 young women and JP's sister.
Also a young woman.
Okay, I wasn't sure her age. And that basically the plan is that we have to sneak into the factory somehow, some way, and get all the hostages out without being horribly noticed. And that way we can get the lawmen on our sides, plus the militia, and properly siege this joint. And we have to do that tonight.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think that's it. Now I'm pretty proud of this.
Pretty well summarized. Pretty well summarized. Take a chip. Take a chip for the good summary. Daniel, take a chip for your birthday.
I want a chip. Also,
Bir-
what
birthday
is this?
chips are established. You take a
I will
birthday
take
chip.
his birthday chip.
You may not have his birthday chip. He will take it.
I will give.
Hey, I remembered his
Fancy
birthday, so
birthday chip.
I'll take it.
No.
I will
No.
give. I will give.
Birthday chips cannot be traded. They're bind on pickup. They are bind on pickup.
Don't you have to
Also,
remember his birthday to give the chip?
I am in charge, and people get chips on their birthday. This is a known fact. If Brian is the DM, you get inspiration or a chip on your birthday session. And by God, he's getting one.
also, what is this? What is this, Brian?
What is this?
I don't need this.
Oh, no, it's your birthday present.
No, I don't need this.
No, you need it.
I'm declining this.
Don't decline that. It's a birthday present. Everyone gets a birthday present. I will spam you
Blood for
so
the blood
fucking
god,
hard.
lad.
If you return that shit, I will spam you so fucking hard with shit. I will cloud your inbox.
I don't need handouts.
You take it's not like handout's a gift, you fucking bitch. Take it. It's a fucking $30 DLC. It's not like it cost me an arm and a leg. You take it and you play Elden Ring.
Ooh, better.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
We're all welcome.
So now that Daniel has accepted his birthday chip and his birthday gift, let's get started. Session 14. There's little in our world more frightening than the unknown. The mind begins to spin shadows into monsters and nightmares with nothing but malice in mind. The unknown serves as an alluring mystery, staring down the intrepid like a wolf in the night. It's beautiful and intriguing, but deadly as the plague. The upstart heroes who currently reside in Springfield are currently undertaking one of the most difficult tasks known to man. That is weighing the unknown versus the known. They know that lives are at stake. They know they can finally find answers to the questions they've been looking for, and they know they'll face perils the likes of which they've never seen before. Which begs the question, when the known is this deadly, what could lie beyond? So, it is probably at this point evening. I would say early evening, probably past late afternoon, so around 5 or 6 o'clock. You guys are in the Hawk's Nest. The doctor has packed his bag up and is tending to Ainsley in more of a nursing manner than a doctor's manner, as the big portion of the danger that he is in has passed, and he's mostly in need of rest. And the doctor himself has been consigned to remaining in the Hawk's Nest until some stuff has been taken care of, due to the fact that he now knows some things that the world need not be privy to if it can be prevented. So you all are standing in this room with those two Penelope White, the captain of the militia, is here as well, and you guys are kind of faced with the challenge here. You know most of what you're looking for, most of the answers you need, most of the work you have to do lies within Van Zant Industries factory here in Springfield. But the question is, how are you going to go about getting any of this stuff?
So I'm guessing we all walk back down, leave the doc to do his thing, and for Ainsley to rest.
Mhm.
And I guess what was the militia's leader name again? I cannot remember it.
She was Penelope White.
Penelope. Uh, I don't know if she's there or not.
She is.
But okay. All right. So we know what we gotta do. First thing that comes to mind is the factory has to have some kind of sewage pipe or something to let all the refuse out. We could try to use that to sneak in. There would probably be some Pinkertons watching it, but we can try to sneak up on them. Any other ideas?
Oh, I think that's probably as good as any.
Women?
Well, we could conduct a recon for the first night, first day. See about guard movements during the EOD 2, POD 2. We period of darkness 2. We could do the sewer operation.
Do we have 2 days?
Well, that's not something I reckon we can really know for certain. I mean, they kept them for this long. What's one more day?
You guys are aware as far as how long you guys have. The Pinkertons are still about town looking for you, and at this point, deputies are also looking for you, given that there was a shootout and all the information they've been given. You're also sitting on a cache of Pinkerton horses, things like that.
I
Maybe you
forgot
have
about
2 days, maybe you don't, but it's definitely going to be time is harder to come by than it was when you got here.
I think that happened
I
last
got a
session
point.
too. Didn't Mr. Whitman try to sell those horses and not succeed?
No,
No.
that. That was 2 sessions ago.
Two
I,
sessions
I, I,
ago.
I don't know.
We stashed those at the Scarecrow lady's house.
That's
Mm-hmm.
right.
Yep.
All right.
You
Well,
need
with
to
all the
go
heat
get
around us, probably don't have 2
Right.
days.
Yeah.
We could
Oh,
try to use
Second
the
thought, I do
horses
got
as.
horses.
Go ahead.
Well, on second thought, I do have all those horses, and the Pinkertons are running around from that shootout. Hmm. What were you gonna say about the horses?
We could try to use some of them as a distraction.
Oh, I don't know about that. That's good money right there.
Well, if we need to draw the Pinkertons out,
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure how your deal works, though. Kind of look them up and down.
Let's see here. I got about 14 of 'em. I was planning on giving one to the lady holding them. I reckon I can spare about 3.
I mean, 3 is all we really need. One for each of us.
I mean, for the diversion.
Exactly. Make them think
Wait,
we
so you
stole.
want us to be on the horses, have them chase us?
All right. Let me walk this back. So we take 3 of the horses, and like you and your whatever demon is in you, we have her
Oh, what's up?
try to send the horses.
What up?
Hello, Bella.
She ain't no asset now.
Mr. Rosen,
I
hold
don't
up.
know. Yeah,
That ain't
this,
free. That jukebox costs quarters.
this isn't this isn't. That's not something I can just command her to do. It's not like I got control over her now. She's still a demon.
Yeah, I don't know
Like
if
I
we
said,
should
I
place
run-
our trust on the demon side.
As you're staring at Oliver saying this, you blink, and as you do, you just see her laying across a shelf above Oliver, looking down at you. It is something that could be arranged, though. For
You keep your mouth shut there, you little whore.
What? Why would you say that to me?
He stares right at you as he says that, Oliver.
kind of look over my shoulder.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I'm not sure what the terms of your agreement were. Otherwise, if we're not looking for outside help, we can go and try to sneak in ourselves. Like you said, we could watch the guard patrols for an hour or so, and then make our move. I mean, we still have some time before dark, so we can assume whatever we're going to be crawling into is probably going to be barred or maybe graded. We'll need to find a way to get in, get past that.
As you say that, Captain White just kind of shakes her head up and down, also known as nodding. Well,
Thank you. Funnier than it should be.
Well, as far as sewage system here in Springfield goes, it's fairly light, but it doesn't really extend far in the industrial district. But they do have a pipe that, I believe at least, that's designed to let runoff come out of the factory, but I'm fairly certain it is grated with iron.
How we get through that in relative silence.
Not sure I
We
have
can talk to their arm. We can talk to the sandwich man. See if he got some kind of hunting device or something.
We can check with Jimbo.
Possible.
I'm afraid he'll just say to maybe use one of the grenades I bought off of him.
Yeah.
But whatever we do, we can set up a S&O team and watch the shifts change in and out during the day, and then when they actually change out for night shift, night guard, that'd be our time to do it.
All right. All right, so go talk to Jimbo. If not, maybe grab a few crowbars.
I guess that would be our best option.
See many others.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
Could
front
do.
door.
How many grenades you get?
Enough. I don't remember.
It's 3 or 4. I don't remember which. I think it's 4.
I think it's 4. Yes,
Yeah.
4.
One grenade might do the trick with the bars. At least damage them enough for the crowbars to be able to break it loose. One grenade for backup, and 2
But-
grenades will make a loud boom, along with maybe some dynamite that we can find, or maybe just dynamite in general. Make a diversion on the other side. You think your boys can handle that, man?
Ooh.
Why don't you give me a persuasion check? I'm gonna call this DC 12. Everything she's done until now has been to keep her boys out of this until she can do it within the rights of the law. You're having a big ask here.
Alright, can I use my soldier edge for a
What it,
tactically sound plan that she will like?
is that actually something soldiers can do?
No. That's just me saying like through my military training and whatnot and my background, can I get a advantage or something
If you can present
going
her
with
with a
that?
good entrance and exit plan now, I'll take 2 off the DC and drop it to 10.
Oh. All right. Entrance plan. Y'all take. Now you didn't hear this from me, but you might find some horses.
Uh-huh.
You know, they can disappear and whatnot if they go missing or if you don't return them. It's all fair. Or you can sell them or keep them, whatever you want to do, miss. But I got some horses. You can take those
She was
two,
there.
3, or 4 guys. You take those horses, ride up on the other side of town, stage them, take your men, conduct some explosives exercises for training purposes. Um, right at sundown tomorrow night. Once when they blow it, they take the horses and they skedaddle. They can stow them out, maybe slap them on their ass so they start running through the streets. Throw off the Pinkertons because it's their horses in a ways, and they slip through the into the shadows. We'll provide the explosives.
Well, I do have one interesting thought about this plan. If your idea is to detonate simultaneous explosions to hide the others, how are you going to make that timing line up? Especially when we won't be able to communicate from that far away.
An extra guy,
One more of her
one
guys,
that
sure.
has not, one that does not have a criminal background, a very ordinary individual. We have that person stand roughly in the middle of the two detonating areas and fire off 2 shots.
Now they're shooting.
Those 2 shots will be at a target setup, or just in case any police immediately come to investigate and just say he was target practicing. Hopefully, get in trouble if he does. We should be able to bail him out with cash. He shouldn't be in too much trouble. And if no one comes immediately, then he can slip into the night as well.
Alright. So I don't think that's convinced her, but it does give her an idea to kind of complement that.
Right. It sounds like you have an idea of how this is going to go, but it sounds a little hairy to me. So, here's what I think. You want this plan to go off this way, that's fine, but I don't know about my boys doing it, so here's a caveat to that plan. If you want it to work, I believe, and she looks up at Oliver on this, you've made a few inroads with the Madam of the White Violet, correct? She would have folks who would probably be willing to do something a little less than savory for a little bit of cash. I could foot half the bill so we could hire some folks to do it. That way my men aren't involved. You still get what you want. And we don't have to set up some sort of charade like we're trying to do a training exercise on the eastern side of town, which is not something we ever do, which would be fairly suspicious in the start. But we could still do your plan, just leave my men out of it. It just might cost you a little bit.
Well, You want to see about the prices that would take for that?
We could do that. We can go see what they'd want.
I'm
Like I
not
said.
too much in a good standing with the missus. I'll be old Violet.
I do the
I can't.
talking.
I
You have
can't
never
do it.
once spoken to that woman. You've never gotten past the front room or the bar.
That's what I'm saying. However, if you want me to, I will accompany you for good things about her. Where's these chats coming from? Are y'all getting these?
What chats?
What?
Never mind.
I forget that Daniel is
Oh,
part of our
yeah.
other Discord.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I
Oh.
will accompany you though, because I heard good things about the Violet Rose and the ma'am up there.
The white violets.
The violet
Not
rose.
White Violet.
The violet double flower.
I still like the idea of doing something quieter, but this is the plan.
Oh, Oliver, what were you saying?
Uh, my only idea, besides using explosives, is a long night with crowbars and sneaking around, probably taking out some Pinkertons, which might draw more Pinkertons. It's not a great plan. It just lacks explosives.
All right, there's two options. JP,
I,
you
I will
decide.
also note this to take into consideration with your plans. From what I've seen and what my men have seen, the Pinkertons tend to stay on the outside of the factory walls. They may roam around the courtyard a little bit, but when it comes to providing security inside, that's almost all Van Zant's men.
So they'd still cover this drainage pipe we're trying to get to?
I believe once you get past the walls, assuming you don't draw attention from outside, the Pinkertons shouldn't be much of a problem anymore, considering they stay outside and their numbers have been diminished significantly.
Good job, boys.
So I think getting into the factory is actually, well, the factory yard isn't that hard of a problem. Once you're in the yard, though, you have to start contending with Zanzak's personal security there. And I know he has quite a few of them.
And
And they're probably better armed than the Pinkertons are, if I had to guess.
well, sadly, we don't have a lot of intel on that side, so that may end up being a we find out when we get there.
Well, she kind of looks back up to the room you guys just left. Now that Mark's back in his right mind, he might be able to tell you a little bit more about security in there.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll move forward with this. With the grenade plan.
What do
I
you
can go.
say, JP? You can be deciding factor on it. Stealth or aggression?
I mean, I honestly, part of me feels like stealth might be the better option here, but I mean, the idea of how to do it in a stealthy manner is. Uh, I think whichever way we choose, there's going to be a lot of difficulties. Not going to be a
Well,
lot of
seems
room
like
for
it.
error.
So which one are you feeling? You're the deciding factor here.
I'm thinking we go. My guess or my vote is more comfortable with the stealth.
All right, so go to JoJo's sandwich shop. That feller down the
Yep.
road.
Good old Jimbo.
See if we can find
Yep. All
some
right, we'll head
kind
to
of.
Jimbo, see if he has any ideas. If not, we'll grab some crowbars and
A sandwich or
I guess
two.
a sandwich or two and go for a stakeout. Alrighty.
I'm mosey on then, madam. You have a good day and a good night. You hear?
Captain White nods to all of you. Let me know whatever you need to help. I can provide
equipment,
I
you know,
outstretch.
maybe some finances if possible. That's the best I got for now.
I outstretch my hand.
She'll shake your hand.
I take it very delicately.
She
Yes, ma'am.
doesn't let you take it delicately.
Well, it happened.
No. This is gonna end in an arm wrestle. You shake hands. And then she looks at all of you. I'll keep Ainsley safe for now. If you need him, he's gonna be in here, but can't guarantee he'll be awake. Lord knows that boy probably needs some rest.
We can ask him questions later.
Yeah.
She nods to all of you. Best of luck then. Starts
kinda-
walking back.
Time to sneak.
Time to snuck.
Time to snook.
Alright.
Let's do it, boys.
So you guys are headed to the Chuck Wagon, correct?
Correct.
Alrighty. In that case, if you guys are trying to do so nonchalantly, you may give me a stealth check if you would like, or
Yep.
if you are just trying to fly casual, you could give me a persuasion or performance check.
So stealth, persuasion, performance.
Yep.
I think it's all the same.
I was gonna say, look at that beautiful dice. That matches that pyramid.
Beautiful. Fantastic.
Now here's the question, boys. Are we gonna have dice like last Friday, us, or last Friday, Brian?
Ooh,
If you guys play against last Friday, Brian, you guys got some pretty good odds of having a pretty great night.
speed run.
We're worried of
Yeah,
being last week, Brian.
that is fair. That's 100% fair.
I got a 6.
Got a 5.
Okay. Okay. Solid rolls all across. However, there's been enough shit around town that I'm going to actively oppose this roll now. And I got a 4. So, you're good. You guys start moving along. It's night. The sun is set at this point. It's probably about 8 o'clock, I'd say. As you're moving across the burnout side of town, headed sort of northeast back towards the sort of where the burnout side ends, and then a few blocks into where the chuck wagon is. As you are able to progress without being noticed, you do notice an increased presence on the street. You do see basically duos of Pinkertons moving throughout the streets. Not a heavy presence, since they don't really have the manpower to be a heavy presence around town as well as guard. But you do also see deputies moving about in probably a heavier sweep than they normally would be. As you all make your way over to the Chuck Wagon, you see the Chuck Wagon's restaurant portion with all the picnic tables outside seems to be closed for the evening. The sort of rolling door that sits on the open window that leads to that outside area where the dining would take place is shut. And there may be light coming from inside, but you're not sure, if Jimbo's awake at the moment.
Walk on up to that back door and bang on the door a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
You
Quietly.
can start.
Just no, maybe not bang.
He's Oliver's heavy bagging the door, absolutely rattling it. And then JP's just kind of lightly tapping it at the bottom. It starts to make a pretty crisp beat. And you hear, hold on a damn minute. And you hear a trundle through the shop. And you see a little iron latch open, and you see a little eyeball pressed against it. Ooh. And he shuts it, and you just hear about 30 locks, just a comical amount of locks coming undone before the door opens. And he just kind of side shoulders around the door with a cocked eyebrow. What's going on, gentlemen?
Well, we have got a bit of a question for you. We got a problem, and you're the man with the solution, or at least I'm hoping so.
I've got so many solutions. All I do is have solutions. I build them regularly. And he opens the door all the way and motions you all in.
Learning how to slide on in.
Just kind of shuts the door. You all are standing there for a solid 25, 30 seconds as you see him latching and barring the rest of the door to lock it back in place. He turns around, just like presses his back against the door, stares at you all. What do you need?
I need to get through a grate.
Oh. Okay. And he walks around to the other side of his thing. Alright, well, I mean, if you need to get through a grate, I got a few things for it, I reckon.
Why?
Got some hammer. Oh, okay. Interesting. Very interesting. How quietly?
How quiet you got?
Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest. I don't typically deal in quiet. You all have seen the pretty much only item I sell that is quiet, and it is, you know. So I've got a little bit of a limited supply here. I have got tools that could get you through a grate. Quiet area, less loud. But those pretty much consist of things like hacksaws and crowbars, I'm not gonna lie to you. I've got
Crowbars
extraordinary.
back up.
Alright. So I've got tools like that, hammers, crowbars, whatnot. Let's think about this. Let's run this through. You know what the grate's made out of?
Iron.
She said iron.
Let's see here. I might have an idea, but it would still involve probably some of the other instruments to use, but it might give you a head start, maybe?
Alright.
So, when you're working with stuff like steel, rust becomes a problem, etc., especially if you're working with steel that might be, used like a quarry or something. So it has to be pretty well conditioned, and that means working out some of the kinks to it. So pretty strong amounts of acid can remove rust and destroy weaker metals, stuff like that, especially if it's been corroded. Grates tend to be wet, tend to rust a little bit. I have a little acid. I don't think it's enough to get through a whole grate, but you could probably get at least weaken some of it structurally to maybe make it easier.
Put it on the tops and
see.
bottoms of a few of the grates and be able to rip them off.
That's the idea. I'd imagine just look for whatever structural weak point you'd see in the grate, especially if there's been rust. And like you said, the bottom, if it's for water, most likely to be rusted. Put a little acid on it, let it bubble a little bit, and then after it bubbles, maybe it'd be a little easier to saw off or pry off. And that's about as quiet as I got. I could blow it up. Well, you could blow it up. I know what you bought.
We considered that. But unfortunately tonight we gotta be a little bit quieter.
Alright.
That might be tomorrow.
He just kind of cocks an eye a little bit. I feel like we're in the stage of our friendship, our business relationship, and our professional sphere here. So what you guys, what you doing?
Let's see, I want to tell you, but there's a lot of people asking questions around town.
Don't nobody ask Jimbo questions unless it's about sandwiches. All right. Your
Kind of
secret.
look left, look right, gesture.
All right. Well, they also ask about stuff like this, but that's like I want to need to know. That's for true customers. Everybody knows that this place is word of mouth. Is a weird thing. It's an odd thing, so to speak. People come. All right. So sometimes people talk to me about stuff. What you doing?
Alright,
I'll
well,
go
I'm
ahead and
square-
tell him. That's what that's what I physically say. I'm not gonna actually. I'll tell him. Man who makes that good of a sandwich must be good at his word. Swap.
That makes
Tell
sense.
nobody.
Don't.
That makes sense.
Well, he's also the only person we tell, so if we get caught, we know that he was a man against his word.
Hey.
And then we won't buy no more sandwiches.
Like that logic.
And, we also have spent somewhere between the scope of like $300 and $500 here, so.
You all have really helped me out. I'm not gonna lie to anybody.
I was gonna have to sleep here for much longer.
Yeah. He's got plans to leave town.
I'm never leaving town or this place. If I slept somewhere else, someone might come in here while I was away. I stay here
All right.
forever.
The great belongs to Van Zant.
All right. I didn't know what the answer was gonna be. I'm gonna admit. Look, I'm gonna be down low with you guys. You guys have sold me some weird shit. You guys came in one day with like just a lot of pistols, and that was moderately suspicious. But I don't ask questions because I like y'all. Because you also came in here with a dead like pigma thingy, and I like that. So I thought you were gonna like break into somewhere to do something like I don't know, like steal something from the mayor or maybe even the bank. I don't judge. That's wild. That might be crazy, actually. That's a big fish you're angling for there. You do understand that, right?
We do.
We're very aware.
Okay.
But they're doing things that we can't ignore.
Shoot.
I step forward. I have an upgraded fishing pole. I take out the lever action shotgun, place it on my shoulder.
He just kind of nods. He just kind of nods that. Yes. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. All right. Look, I appreciate that you all trusted me with this. That takes a lot. And personally, I feel like we may be closer than a lot of people are at this point. Like, family may be pushing it. I'm not sure. But that's what I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling familial presence right here between us. Brotherhood. That's where we're at. So, all right. You're getting into the grate. You're getting into the factory to do something. I'm not going to pry any further than that. That's y'all's business. I was just curious. What else do you need? I feel like you need something else. I've given you some stuff already. And you know most of what I got. But I feel like you're kind of going into a pretty big hornet's nest here.
Mm,
Hmm. Did Lad already buy the crossbow, like the silenced crossbow thingy?
He did
Or like
not.
automatic?
I think that was out of our budget at the moment.
It is it's not a crossbow. It's essentially, think of it like a pneumatic steam powered sort of like bolt thrower thing. It's more akin to like an angry potato gun than a crossbow.
Is it like the crossbow in Van Helsing?
No, like again, it's not a crossbow. Like it's not. There is no string. There are no limbs on it. It is basically a gun, but instead of being powered by gunpowder, it is powered by more or less steam that then builds up and then is released. As the pressure is released, it propels the projectile. If you've ever played Fallout, think of like the railway rifle. I think that's a good example.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that was dumb of me. So yeah, I guess our options between that or we could do a big ask, but that would have to be for tomorrow. And yeah, all right. So let me lay it out for you guys. All right. So we could ask for the first option, or the second option is if we could find something inside and bring it back tomorrow, assuming we aren't already in a gunfight. We could try to barter for the Gatling gun.
I mean, yeah, that could. Since it's basically like a powered potato gun, how silent would it be?
Hold
Because
on.
potato guns ain't quiet.
A potato gun was the best example I could think of because real life doesn't really have a lot of steam powered weaponry.
Well, because for the bolt to be released, the steam has to be released. So I guess my question was like, is it more of just like a, or is it a little more akin to a?
It is not as quiet as a bow is, but it's significantly quieter than a gun is.
I was about
All
to say, the
right.
last time we talked about it, we always said it was like there's a bow, and then a step above is this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, if y'all think it could be useful, it might be something we try to.
I mean, it'd basically be to give you or me an option to try and take someone out silently,
Mm-hmm.
along with Whitman's bow.
Yeah.
So we could ask for that, and we could, we could talk down the price because we do have the rest of the money, or we could try to barter for the big one tomorrow, and we could try to one punch our way through this.
That's true.
We can also get some money from the militia.
We could, but for the money for the militia, I don't want to be back and forth too much
Mm-hmm.
because of stealth rolls and everything, and we're just bound to be caught.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Then I would say that money would go towards the Gatling gun.
So, just
Those
to
are the two
remind
options I'm
everyone,
saying.
prices. When last you guys talked about the bolt thrower, the bolt thrower itself is $70. An additional $8 for like the speed loader, or which is essentially a magazine for it. It comes with one and then has another magazine where you can put in more bolts instead of having to hand load them. And that costs an additional $8, and then for 20 bolts would be $2.
Okay, so $80 gets you the whole thing.
$80 total would get you the whole thing. Uh, you know what? Just for the sake of it, since we're talking about it, we're doing it. I'm gonna just throw the stat block for the bolt thrower in the chat.
Leaning over. I got about $9.
Did you put it in the chat for the voice channel or the other chat?
Sorry.
All right. So Whitman has $8. We still have $200.
I
from the
have.
Pinkertons?
Yeah, we have 200 from the Pinkertons, and I personally have 150.
Okay.
Ah, yes, that. Hello.
You like horses?
I mean, I reckon as much as anybody does. I don't do a lot of riding, really. I stay here most of the time. Occasionally, I gotta go somewhere to pick up a shipment. Normally, they bring them to me, but you know, times as they are, sometimes the roads ain't safe, whatnot. I gotta go get it myself.
You want some horses?
I mean, I might maybe a horse.
All right, deal.
Got him.
What?
I
For
can get
what?
you a horse tomorrow.
Well, that's all fine and dandy, but like in trade for what?
The bolt gun.
All right. I'm gonna be honest with you again. I like you. I don't really know if a horse is worth that thing.
2 horses.
I don't need 2 horses.
All right.
You can sell them.
Here. All right, Jimbo. If we get in and get out and manage to find something along the way, would you be interested in one of Van Zant's personal items?
Which one do you either of you boys have a D6 in strength?
Yeah.
I think both of them do, if
Okay.
I'm correct.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was gonna say I can't wield the steamboat.
It's kind of heavy. I mean,
I guess it depends on what you found, but I mean, I'm sure he's got something interesting in there that I'd like to see, but you
Alright.
know, maybe.
We'll see. We'll see where we're at if we make it that far. Until then, take out $80 from the Pinkerton money. Figured
Oh,
maybe
you
better
just want to
safe than
pay for?
sorry.
Sure, sure. Just kind
How
of.
about take off 30 of that for a horse?
I'll take off 40 for a horse. I don't want to. I don't want to fuck you out of anything.
Alright.
But I want that horse to be a nice brown, like a chestnut. If you got that, I always liked a nice chestnut horse.
Yeah, there should be a chestnut up there.
Alrighty.
Nice and
Yeah.
strong, too.
If you get me a nice horse and then $40, sure, you can have it. And all the effects come with it. Fair warning: if you plan on using it, make sure you got some oil and water in it. You're gonna have to make sure it's got about a minute to heat up before you can shoot it.
Okay.
So, this is a weapon best used with preparation, because if a fight kicks off and you ain't ready to use it, where you're gonna have to find a way to stall for a minute. And I ain't done a lot of fighting in my day, but I believe a minute seems like a lot when people are shooting at you. So,
Alright, you got any oil I can get off you? Or am I
sure,
stopping somewhere?
sure. It's complimentary.
Oh, thank
He
you.
pushes that forward. And you know what? Since you're giving me a horse, and frankly, it's probably a good deal here. And he just hands you like essentially a a blacksmith's hammer, 2 crowbars,
Hmm.
and then a essentially what looks like a sort of, for lack of a better word, like a metal jar. And he kind of puts that down carefully. Do not let that get on you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well,
Jimbo, another thing. Do you have any grease?
grease. I mean, yeah, I got grease. What you need grease? How much?
Not not a lot. And not anything food grade. Or just like a good, if we're gonna be going into Van Zant factory, things like that. A lot of those heavy doors tend to squeak when you open them. Thinking you
Sure, hold
grease.
on.
If
I
we
mean, I
can
got
grease.
gun oil, and he just kind of holds up his arms and gestures to everything. I got gun oil, and he walks back with like a little flask of gun oil with like the little straw like stopper thing. I don't really know what those are called. Spigot, and he sets it down in front of you. Here, you don't have to pay for that neither. I'll be honest, it's all pretty cheap.
Sweet. That way we can lubricate the hinges and maybe not have as bad of a time opening some of them bigger
Hey,
doors.
you don't got to explain it to me. I'm not a professional.
Alright, well,
Sounds
thank you for
good.
your time. Sorry to wake you up, but I guess we got places to be.
All right. Best of luck. He looks back at Mr. Whitman. As far as that horse goes, you can just kind of lead it around back. I don't have a stable per se, but there is an alley, and I'll put that horse in the alley.
Alright, will do.
Alrighty. He just walks around to the front. You guys kind of take notice, like all this has happened really fast. He's got a full-on like shirt on, but the pants he's wearing are clearly the bottom of like long johns. As he walks around, opens the door, holds it up for you guys, and gestures you through.
Alrighty.
Thank you, sir.
He nods. You hear a shit ton of latches, and you are outside of the chuck wagon.
Well, I guess let's get his horse.
This horse can wait a little bit. That's like a 3-hour back and forth, right?
It's not 3 hours, but it would probably be
Aw.
about 30 minutes back and forth.
That's us walking through the middle of town with the Pinkerton horse.
You
Now,
probably
what
could
makes a
stick to the
Pinkerton
burnout.
horse?
It's not marked or anything. It's just, it's hot. People know that there are a bunch of horses missing, and if you were to be found with a bunch of horses, it'd be like, oh, well, that's fucking suspicious.
Not to mention they were all still saddled and bridled when last left, and that's odd just to see a herd of saddled horses without
Right.
riders.
We could have taken all them saddles off and sold them.
If you guys want to do that tonight, we can. I say we just go ahead and head over to we take a long route to the factory.
Yeah, we should probably scout.
All right.
We can get him a horse tomorrow.
So what's the play?
Scout.
First things first. I think, like I said, just take a long scenic route towards the factory, just to not make it seem like we're making a beeline straight to it, since
Sure.
no one else will be walking in that direction. And then, yeah, see if we can't get to the side of it, or I guess maybe even behind the factory, and just try to find a spot where we can scope out the situation, make some perception or some notice checks, and then make an educated guess from there.
Okay, sure. You guys start making your way over there. Also, take note. I don't know if I mentioned that you got 24 bolts for the
Thank you.
bolt thrower, and I believe it holds 8 bolts.
Yes, it does.
It does. Okay. So you guys start making your way over there, and you're taking the long route to avoid middle of town, anything that might lie within. Correct?
I think that's best.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think?
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
It'll take you a good 45 minutes to go around town like that. I'm gonna ask for another stealth check. This one has a much lower sort of threshold. And again, if you want to just walk casually, performance or persuasion is also allowed.
10.
Nice.
3.
Nice. Well, not nice. Fail. But
5.
good.
Awesome. You might want to reroll.
No. You're good. You're fine. This is a low maintenance sort of roll since you're sticking the outskirts of town. Standard DC, that nice 4 territory. You guys are able to crest around the city of Springfield. As you guys are moving around, it moves into that 9-ish, peaking towards 10 hour. As you know, the city starts to go to sleep for the most part. There are still deputies around and a couple Pinkertons, but not that many. As you guys sort of walk on this mostly, well, let's roll to see moon coverage to see how dark it be out there.
What's the moonlight?
Let's just roll a d4 and we'll call that how covered it is. 3. A lot of cloud cover. It occasionally peeks through, but it's a relatively dark night as you guys are moving around town until eventually you get to the industrial side of town, and very imposingly, the largest factory there, you see Van Zandt Industries. A very, very large building with several smokestacks coming out around it, in a gated, walled-off compound with several smaller buildings surrounding it. The courtyard, from the entrance courtyard to the factory major, looks to be about 150 feet, and within the courtyard itself, probably extending 200 feet, or that 150 stays pretty consistent around. So there's a good period of open space between the factory major and the walls, notwithstanding 3 longer buildings that are on the northern side of the compound that come up much closer to the factory. They're each about 70 feet long, probably about 40, 50 wide, extending from the wall towards the factory.
Okay.
And so you guys are doing kind of recon right now. So how about everybody go ahead and give me a notice check?
You heard?
And how long do you guys intend on staking this out?
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Just enough to see some kind of shift change, and yeah, like we should start at at night.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, it is night,
So
so
well, yeah, like a shift change, and then after the shift change,
okay.
like when they're still getting settled in. So I guess a
mean,
little bit after that. Next.
we could start with like an hour or two and kind of maybe go from
Okay.
there.
Sure. Sure. Give me the notice checks. Give me the gravy.
5.
5,
5.
5.
19.
Yeah. So here's how this goes down. You two are just kind of like moving around the outside of the walls trying to get an eye in. It is walled off, so it's difficult. So you're mainly having to try to inconspicuously look through the main gate. You get a little bit of info, but not much. You do know that there are armed men patrolling inside of the gate, or inside of the wall, and you don't know how many you can count, but you know that they seem to be moving in groups of 2. Um, Oliver, however, as they're sort of trying to move around, you move to another factory that's like less well guarded. This place seems to be a textile mill, from what you can tell. And at the side of the textile mill, you see a sort of chimney that seems to be for maybe furnaces for something inside. And you scale up the side of it. And then from the top of the chimney, you're able to get a better view sort of over the walls at what you're looking at. You see the same sort of layout that I described to you earlier, and within you do see several like guards moving. You count roughly 16 guards on patrol outside, moving in groups of 2, sort of going like in kind of a staggered pattern, more or less. There are typically 2 at the entrance, 2 around sort of like the bunkhouse area, and then the other 12 are kind of on a rotating patrol around the outside area, stopping along the wall, stuff like that. But it's pretty consistent coverage. I'll say with a 19, since you're kind of looking for gaps in this, in their like standard patrol path, you're not seeing a lot of good openings where there are sort of gaps in the surveillance of the area around here. It seems to be that there's eyes on most places in the courtyard at all times.
Okay. Alrighty.
Okay.
And is
So
every? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Sorry. I was thinking. Uh, everything have electrical lighting around here?
Yes, specifically in Van Zant's area, you see that sort of like blue of the time, almost surgical like light fills the courtyard.
Gotcha. All right.
Calling it courtyard's incorrect. The yard.
Reconvene with the boys and pull them into the textile mill.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a hiding spot for now.
Yeah.
Info dump. Alright, so we're gonna have to make some kind of distraction to slip in. We can try to use maybe women. You can maybe use your bow, or we can try to use the bolt thrower. Knock something over, maybe. But we'll have to make an opening for ourselves. Ideas?
You said there is lighting.
Yes, there is.
Is there like lamppost, like on the outside of the factory, kind of?
They're all inside the factory. Like you've been around Springfield enough. Like there's electric lighting around Springfield, but a lot of it is still oil and lamp. It's pretty sparse, but there's a lot inside the factory. You think it's probably powered by something within the factory, so there's nothing outside.
Is there a lamp whether it be electric or oil on
Yeah,
the
sure.
outside, on the street
Sure.
side.
Sure. Oil, not electric,
Uh,
but yes.
we got some of that grease.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I can smother some on tip of this arrow. Mm, no. We can smother some on the ground. Throw a rock at a lantern, cause it to fall, catch fire. Let me send some of the guards to go look at a fire brewing.
Not the worst. Not the worst idea.
Go ahead and give me a common knowledge check on this one.
We had a 4.
Yeah, 4 is good enough. So, as said before, and you guys have noticed this, there are Pinkertons outside of the gates, as predicted. They're not in as high numbers. They're probably also moving in groups of 2, just more sparsely. Oliver, you had such a good roll. Like you counted about 6 of them rolling around the outside in groups of 2, just in a constant rotation. If a small fire like that were to break out outside, there's not a lot of wood to catch, and it wouldn't spread too rapidly that you're not positive that it would elicit a response from inside other than to put them more at attention.
Right.
Duh.
It could work as a plan, but it either needs to be inside the gates enough for them to worry about or bigger to be able to warrant the people within the walls to actually worry. So what's the plan?
Thinking.
Okay. What if we go back to the other plan for go in quick with diversion through the pipe with the help of possibly like the White Lotus?
White Violet.
White Violet, yes. White Lotus is from Avatar. Uncle Iroh
If you
gonna
could
help
get the
us.
White Lotus in here, that would really simplify like a lot of this.
Yep. Uncle Iroh would just win the day.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that is a plan that could potentially work. It's certainly a much bigger distraction. Again, has its drawbacks though. Much louder.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And explosions are a lot more likely to elicit a more armed response.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, no common knowledge check really needed here, just like knowing that alone. You blow something up outside, you may be able to draw enough attention to get into the factory. You're also going to wake up guards that are sleeping and put
And
them
then
on alert.
the whole
Yeah.
factory will be on high alert.
Mm-hmm. As far as entry goes, it can get you in, but consequences to actions. It's really more of a what your guys are planning now. Do you want it to be harder to sneak in, or do you want it to be harder to get out?
He gave us that acid, right?
He did.
Yeah.
Okay, what if we use the acid on just... No, I don't think any of us are relatively large men in the belly. If we just use the acid on the bottom of the bars where they're heavily rusted, we could use that as a break and then just use force to try to bend enough to squeeze through. That wouldn't be
So that
incredibly loud.
That is the plan, but we need a plan to get in. Like, we have to distract the guards to give
To
us a
it.
chance to
Yes.
jump
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
gate,
Yeah. You're
past the
right.
Pinkertons, past the guards to get to that part.
Yeah.
Again, also, you're 19. Huge nose check. You've seen one. You think you see what Captain White was talking about. Towards the back of the factory, you see a sort of circular culvert type deal, and then at the fence over there, the sort of wrought iron fence work that you see slopes down a little bit, and it looks like there's some runoff down there. So you see towards the back where you think this culvert she's talking about, where the industrial waste runs out, is.
All right,
It's
so we know where we.
it is in the walls.
So the grate itself isn't like covered or inset at all.
So from what you can see, you see a culvert, which circular thing leading out from presumably somewhere in the factory,
Mm-hmm.
facing away from you down a slope
Oh, okay.
that goes like through the wrought iron fence that surrounds this place.
Oh, so it's not even in the fence.
No, it's inside. Like, it's a massive security like flaw, so it has to be
Yeah.
in the fence.
Okay. Or option number
How many guards? How many guards are inside the fence?
Inside,
16, 12 are active, working in pairs.
Mm-hmm. The other 4 are still active. They're just stationary. So they're either at the entrance or otherwise.
A lot of people.
So another thing we could try, again, this is risky and not the best idea. We could go around like the side of the fence, away from like the 6 Pinkertons, and try to sneak attack 2 of the guards closest to us, and try to like take them out in one turn with the bow and the bolt thrower, and then hop the fence, and we're in, but then we have to do something with the bodies. And even then, the guards are going to be suspicious because there will be 2 missing or just right in front of them dead. But that is another option.
The way that they're walking, 19 notice, very huge. You think if you were to do something to any of the guards and perfectly went quietly, you'd have about 30 seconds to do whatever you wanted to do after that before the next set of guards would come into view of where you're at.
And that wouldn't be enough time.
It could be enough time depending on whatever it is you want to do, but there'd be very, very, very little room for error.
So yeah, up to you guys.
You guys
if we
are
just try to hop in and do whatever, or we can try to go set up, blowing it up, and then getting in, getting out are going to be harder.
We can try to get the brothel in on it. Try to get some midnight. The midnight ladies to come down.
I think they'll probably have
Open up
someone
the
else come
gates.
take care of this one, but we can go talk to them. We can go find some fellow criminals to set off the explosions tomorrow night.
Yeah, I guess we should try to at least expand our options.
I mean to talk to him. Try to get him to lure him out.
Nah,
If he
ain't
still
gonna do
wanted to go
that.
the stealthy route.
nah. Works on the Pinkertons won't work on Van Zant's, man.
It worked that one time. A few nights ago.
I'm not willing to push my luck that far. So it sounds like we're backing out and going to
There
the
is one
Lavender
more
Rose. Oh, okay.
thing. This is gonna kill me. I could get 13 horses right in front of the factory down the damn street.
You could.
They're at least in. They're gonna send their boys to go get it. They probably won't suspect anybody is around. They just think, oh, the herd came back or whatnot and is running amok.
You only need to use
But
3.
no, we need a good sized portion of the amount. Because if it's only 3, then they'll only send 3 or 4 or 5. But if they see the whole damn herd, then the majority will most likely go chase it, maybe leaving 2 to 4 guards. Their bread
Okay.
and security will allow us to sneak in someplace. Because they won't be able to cover the whole damn area.
I'll point out, utilizing the herd, definitely like a possibility, but these are the Pinkertons' horses. You don't really know if Van Zant's men give a shit about them.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
you could have the horses go up to the gates,
Mm-hmm.
start kicking at the gates or whatever, causing a
Oh, yeah.
ruckus trying to break down the gates.
I ain't
Then
no
they would
whisper.
have to. I'm not saying you are. What's inside you is.
Nay.
If those horses start messing with that gate, you can go up and down one side and then run off out of town. Those guards will have to try and do something. It'll pull them away.
Now, you do know this is my soul, right?
I'm well aware. I'm laying out options.
I like
Understand.
that one. You hear in your head.
I understand that's a steep price to pay. So if we'd rather go back to the brothel, that's where we can go.
Let's go back to the brothel. See what they gotta say. If that doesn't turn out well, or we can't get the help, and you guys still want to do the stealth route, then I'll call up the old fucking bitch. Go get the horses, and I'll damn my soul one shard more.
All right.
Got
So
anything to say, preacher man?
think, think I'm gonna keep my mouth quiet on this one.
All right.
Don't really know what to think at the moment.
Yes. Good.
Now you keep quiet there.
I just said I would.
Okay. So, plan is currently now to go to the White Violet and see if you can elicit any support from them and potentially setting up a distraction.
Yes.
Okay. Not a long jaunt over. Probably only takes you 5-10 minutes to cautiously walk. No need to reroll stealth checks on this one, I don't think. Before you're at this familiar corner building, as opposed to everywhere else in town, which is pretty dead at the moment, it is absolutely bustling. There are people in and out. You hear ruckus. You hear music being played on a piano. You hear laughing. You hear other sounds.
People of the
And
night.
lights are flashing. Lights are wide. Head on in.
So if it's just like a 5-minute walk, do we all three want to go?
Oh, I can't
Like
go
how
inside there.
noted? Well
Yeah,
then,
I'm
Whitman, do you want to come with me? Because I can handle this by myself.
yeah. In case they we need some. Yeah. Guess we need to use the horses or something.
Well, this option we don't use the horses. That's the thing.
I mean, for trade.
Oh,
Ah.
okay. Fair enough.
I figure
Alright.
we're gonna use them one way or another.
No, that's a good point. Now just let me do the talking until we get up there.
Oh, you know me, Oliver.
I know you and the $200 that ran off in the night.
They love me
Yeah.
there.
You boys just be careful.
Always.
All right. Tweedledee and Tweedledum make their way to the White Violet. They see everything I just described. Oh, how are you setting yourself up? You just tucking back into the textile factory, JP, while you're waiting for him?
Pretty much, yeah. I'm just gonna hide.
Excellent. All right. Well, you two make your way over to the White Violet. You see that same scene that I just described. The place is popping as you make your way inside. You're
Light
greeted.
on in.
Yep. You're
Yeah, I
greeted
see
by.
anybody I recognize?
Well, here's the thing about that. Yes and no. One, from like your waking hours, the particular young lady that you sparred with during the daytime is not here because she is apparently a day shift worker, just the amount of times you've interacted with her in the morning to noon hour. So I believe her name was Mabel, is not here. However, you do see several young women that you have very hazy memories of getting to know extraordinarily well.
I tip my hat as I walk by the ones I vaguely recognize.
They're all very receptive to you walking in. You see some curtsies, you have some kisses blown towards you, some winks, and then you hear giggles abound as you step in. And you're both greeted to like a very similar sight of this well-lit room with multicolored lanterns everywhere, and that same like banistered staircase leading up with bouncers on either side.
Just go up to a barkeep and say that Edmund Buck requests to meet with the madam.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check to see if your name carries at this point.
It probably doesn't, but at least something they can pass along.
Mm-hmm. She kind of nods. Young black lady with her hair done up high, with a nice yellow dress on. What?
Hello, Adam.
She kind of smiles to you a little bashfully and then looks back at Oliver. I can arrange at least a notion of a meeting if you'd like for $5.
Slide the money across.
Thank you. And she puts it in a cash register and walks on over towards one of the bouncers, whispers in his ear, and he walks upstairs. She walks back to the bar, sits down. Can I get you gentlemen anything to drink while you're waiting?
Please. Whiskey's
Starts
fine.
pouring a little whiskey in a shot glass, and then one for you.
Yes,
Oh, well, the whiskey's fine. People seem to like the beer. It's not really my taste, though. We have some wine. It's not the best, but yeah, probably the whiskey.
well, what's your taste?
Oh, well, me personally, I do like the little bit of brandy.
Alright, 2 brandies then, ma'am.
As Edmund Buck / Oliver goes to reach for his whiskey, looks at it, drinks it anyway. Looks like you're getting 2 drinks as brandy is then poured as she
I'll
pushes
need it
2
after
over to
tonight.
you.
I push one back to her.
Oh. Oh, well, thank you. And she goes, takes a sip, knocks it back. I appreciate that.
I appreciate your services, ma'am.
She kind of keeps that sort of like girlish charm to herself as she smiles and looks down a little bit. You get the idea the gals who tend the bar don't get nearly as much attention as the one who fucks people, so you know, this is nice for them. But about 5 minutes pass before that same bouncer walks up to her, whispers in her ear, and she looks to the 2 of you. She said she'll see you both. You can leave your any weapons you may have with those 2 fellas over there.
Hand
Alright.
over a knife and a pistol. I would have left everything else with JP
Sure.
and head on up.
Are you going up with him, Mr. Whitman?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you also fully disarm?
Yeah, I give the sawed-off lever shotgun, sawed-off double, the bow, the Winchester 76, the Colt Army 44. I keep my knife.
You have approached the point to where if you acquire another long gun, it's gonna start meaning shit for you. But sure, you hand all that over. They are. You know what? I'm not even gonna make you roll a check. It's one of those things where you just hand them so many guns, they're pretty confident you don't have another one since you know there's no bulging there. Bad move on their part, but you're good as you walk past. Um, you both move up the stairs. You get to another portion. In the past, when you guys have moved up in the day, there had been a bouncer that had walked up with you. But now, when you get to the top, you see there are 2 fellas at her door, uh, who usher you in. And as you're led in, you see a familiar figure, Isabel Higgins, the madam of this establishment. Definitely in more formal wear than the last time you saw her. Ollie has a nice sort of like white bodice dress on and a shawl over her shoulders with her hair done up high as she looks and see you 2 enter. Well, I can't say that I was expecting to see you so soon, Mr. Buck, but I am happy to make your acquaintance nonetheless as she gestures across from her to a couple of chairs. What can I help you with today?
Well, thank you for seeing us tonight, Miss Higgins.
Cool.
Have more business to take care of, and I was hoping to request you and your fellows' help, if you would.
It's
So-
possible.
I need a few people to set off a bit of a distraction on one side of Van Zant's yard, so I can sneak into the other.
All right, well,
Is that something you might be able to help me out with?
it's possible depending on the nature of the distraction and of course the assurance that it's not going to be something that's going to fall back on me and mine.
The distraction itself is I have a set of explosives that can be set up to a fuse, I think.
Harder. You guys may have to set that for them.
Okay, all right, that's not a problem then.
Yeah.
It can be set up to a longer fuse, so it just needs to be planted and set off. So me and mine can get in a position. And I'd be willing to pay for your help, of course.
All right. Now, understand when it comes to a matter like this is the kind of thing that if it were to be traced back to me, it could be disastrous. So you'll forgive me if I agree to this. I'll be serving as a broker, not a partner. I can find someone to do this for you, but I will not be participating directly.
Of course. We were here on other business tonight. Pleasure than business. So,
Good.
Like that pretty little barmaid downstairs.
She nods to both of you. All right then. In that case, I think I have a couple people that may be able to do this for you. How far away do you want this explosion?
Other side of town.
All right.
I thought we said we needed it closer to the factory.
Other side of town might not draw them out.
Yeah, my bad.
Like, maybe on the other side of the fence,
Mm-hmm.
like, you know, in like the next building over.
Yeah.
But like, it has to be pretty close to get their attention.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we could, if you are, well, if you're talking about doing something that is damaging to property, I would prefer to not damage the textile mill across the street, but I suppose the brick company to its left, we could do something to that building if you wanted us to. There shouldn't be anyone in it this late. It's not exactly guarded, they make bricks.
All right. If you think that's the best option for the city, then that's fine.
As
We
far
just
as
need
this,
the distraction.
as far as the city goes, I think we could be fine without bricklaying. We're not exactly building a lot more buildings here lately, and frankly, their exporting is not going so well. That being said, we could do that. The only problem is the potential that they get caught and getting led back to us. This is an expensive endeavor on our part. I believe for the risk we're taking here, the price to hire people who are willing to take that risk, who are actually good enough to pull it off and wouldn't talk if caught, or at least wouldn't talk for long enough for you to accomplish whatever you want. Roughly $75, I would think.
I
A
can
third
do
of that being my cut.
You like horses?
that. That's the line of the night.
You like horses?
Talk to anyone. You like horses?
I suppose. Why?
About a horse. Few horses.
Take a Benny, Daniel.
You hold on a goddamn minute. She's not stupid.
Jeez, not stupid.
Jesus fuck. Okay, so I'm gonna just clue everyone in. She's a madam. Her highest stat is her notice. She is a wild card. She has a D12 in notice, because very important for her. She just rolled a 26.
Holy God.
She looks straight at you, Mr. Whitman, and these horses that you've happened to come across, this windfall of a herd, wouldn't happen to belong to some Pinkertons, would they? She sees through your bullshit.
You're dead, dude.
Oh, you see, ma'am. Watch when you take the saddle off. They can be whatever kind of horse you want them to be.
I do appreciate that. That being said, this is the kind of matter where I'm going to have to pay the people we're doing, and I can't pay them in horses. And frankly, I don't know if I want those horses, given that there are people looking for them, the type that could get violent if they were found. So I'm going to have to pass on the barter. Cash will do.
It's fine. Just throwing it out there, ma'am. Don't need to be hostile.
I'm not
Cash is
aware
not
of
a problem.
Fine. Are we exploring our options, or is this your only option? If so, I can start arranging it now, but if you're still in the market, I could probably get it done maybe by tomorrow night. But we will require payment up front.
We've explored other options, and we think this to be our best. And we're looking to do it tomorrow night, if at all possible.
All right. If you can render payment now, I can start making the proper communications to get some folks ready.
Take out my $9. Kind of start counting.
You appear a bit short, Mr. Whitman.
Pull out $80. There you are. And
No,
put
I'll
on.
take 5 of those back, give it back to you. There's my contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Whitman, as she takes those.
Man.
Well, I believe that's everything arranged then. I'll see to it. Anything we need to know beforehand, timing, things like that, I'll need to relay it now. So,
Yeah, I mean, I guess just lay out
give her
all the
the
details
give
as
her the whole
we've
plan.
as
Yeah.
we've kind of established, and we can go ahead and leave like the grenades there and go ahead and like fuse them up because we really just need people to set them off, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Like, basically the things about the grenades is that they are an internal explosive, which makes them much safer to use. That being said, it makes them more difficult to rig to blow.
Gotcha.
So it is going to require a check on y'all's part to essentially fuse these.
Okay. Well, it
Because
sounds
to
like we have a
access
date
the
to do that.
fuse, to access a fuse in this thing would require pulling the pin out. Which, as you are aware of how grenades work, starts stuff.
Well, would that be is that explosives? Is that a skill?
I don't
What
believe
skill are you gonna?
I don't believe explosives is a skill. I would likely make it a repair check. Either repair or I could be convinced of like a thievery for like a sleight of hand style check. I'm just looking to see if there's anything I think is better.
I got smarts.
So smarts, if you wanted to make a raw smarts roll, I would also accept that.
All right, I do that.
Well, you're not doing it here,
Oh
but
yeah, but I'm
you
just
can do
saying
it
if
somewhere
I
else.
do.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Okay. She gets all this information. She doesn't write it down. She just gets it. All right. Well, she gives you like instructions on where to leave the explosives. Like 3 houses down in a woodshed. As long as they're there by tomorrow afternoon, we should be good.
All right. We'll get
Now,
our side taken care of.
professional courtesies here and all. After you do what you all are going to do, is the situation around here going to get a little more, shall we say, heated? I have to look after my own. I'm not opposed to helping you with this. However, if the situation is going to become dangerous, I need to know ahead of time.
No, I'd go ahead and take care of you and yours for the time being.
All right.
We plan on being in and out, and then plan on taking Van Zandt out after that.
She just kind of looks a little. She pales a little bit at that and then nods.
Yep.
All right.
We're in it.
She kind of like rings a little bell on her desk as a man enters. William, can you do me a favor? Go downstairs and break the stove. Make a small fire. And he just kind of like cocks his head. Now, please. He just nods and goes downstairs. There's going to be a small fire in a moment that's going to shut us down for a while. But we should be open for business, hopefully in a week or so. She kind of like narrows her eyes at you. And then stands up to her desk. But until then, I believe we have an accord. She holds out a hand to both of you. Well, not at the same time, but you get the deal.
Take it gently.
Finger guns.
She allows you to take her hand gently. Mr. Whitman.
Hope to be seeing you again one day.
I expect that you will. She turns back to you, Oliver. Mr. Buck, or whatever it is you're pretending your name is.
Call me whatever you like.
Mm.
It's been nice doing business with you.
Indeed. Do get out before the smoke starts.
Will do.
Back and tip my hat, go through the door. Hey, Oliver.
Hmm.
I don't ask much. But can I get that $5 back?
Take a fucking chip.
Hand you $10.
Take a fucking chip.
I
That's
go
funny.
down to the barmaid. I'm sure she's scrambling and whatnot. Ma'am,
Yes.
sorry about what has been done. Give her the $10. Hold her hand gently.
This
Be safe.
young woman is so fucking confused.
That's okay. Tip my hat to her. I'm sitting
Have,
here.
have a nice night, she says. As you're walking out, you hear someone say, "Smoke fire, fire." As you do walk out of the White Violet, that is now on fire, though you all know to be a controlled blaze. That's stupid.
Hmm.
So, you all reconvene, but back at the textile mill.
Yep.
All right, you guys meet up.
And is this textile mill like abandoned?
No, it's just a lot of the factories have later shifts, but the textile mill doesn't.
Oh, okay.
It's just not in operation at the moment, and since it's not like a high value like sort of place where thieves could take a lot of valuable merchandise out stealthily, it's not like guarded. It's just, a little locked, but I didn't take that into account for you guys because, hero shit and whatnot.
Right. uh, then is the building to our left occupado?
Uh, let's see, shall we? Evens or odds?
Just, I've always been an evens man.
No, it's not. It looks to be some sort of like this is the industrial side of town. Let's just call it like a wheelwright.
Okay. Yeah. Then yeah, I mean, I guess my whole plan from here is to make sure that we can like make sure that we have a way in tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and then yeah, I guess from there, hell, we could go back to the cellar we found Mark in
Mm-hmm.
and just hide out there for a day because we don't really have anything to do.
Sure.
And then like unless you guys have anything else to add, and then we can just come back after the mill's empty, come back in through the whatever entrance we
Mm-hmm.
propped open or whatever,
Yeah.
and then set up stuff, and then get in position. I don't know. There's a little bit of like a fast forward, and I don't mean to like cut into anything else, but that's my idea.
I like that
Yeah.
idea.
I need to take care of these horses.
You need to take care of the horses. You also need to rig up explosives and have them dropped off before tomorrow afternoon.
So yeah, I was gonna say like tomorrow night we could do the explosives, right?
Well, no,
Or do
they
I not
need to
have
they
time
need
for
to
that?
have them in the afternoon because they have to get in a position, they have to set them up, and they have to set them off at night. Like they need time.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if we were gonna set them up like in place for them. Okay.
No,
Then
they'll handle all that. They just need them to be
sure,
fused so that they don't blow their asses off.
sure. No, I get you. Then yeah, we can handle that tomorrow. Like tomorrow morning, we can make the bombs and
Hmm.
drop those off, and Whitman can
Give Jimbo a horse.
yeah, and then yeah.
Sure. Okay. If that is the plan,
Mm-hmm.
all right, we let it ride then. Um, you guys head on back. One last stealth check. If you, I assume you guys are hanging wide again.
Yes.
Okay. One last stealth check. DC 4 group stealth. I just need 2 of you to pass it. You can stop. I hear it.
I got a 4.
Good.
I had to use a chip.
I got a 3.
All right. One pass, one fail. Mr.
Bye.
Whitman. 2 passes. Okay. You guys are able to maneuver around town. Later it gets, the easier it gets as you are able to get to this same burnout side of town. You get to that cellar that Mr. Ainsley had been living in. You open up this dingy old root cellar with, broken shelving in it, broken jars, but they've all been kind of pushed aside into a corner where he's been living. There's the poop corner to your right. You avoid that. And you're able to kind of hunker down in this sort of dingy space for the night. And you all go to sleep?
We'll do a
Yep.
watch. I think we'll do a watch.
Okay. Cool. What's watch order?
I'll go first.
So I feel like the old watch order was always Ollie, Whitman, JP. We keeping that?
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Keep that.
Sure. All right. Go ahead, Oliver, and give me a notice roll then for your watch.
16.
Okay. So 16, you're just kind of like, essentially, this cellar is up against this, burnt out building. And what you're doing is you're kind of just like propped open, just barely enough the hatch so that you can look out, more or less. About an hour into your watch, you're looking out across the burnout side of town, and you see 2 men on horses riding around out there. They don't approach where you're at or like take any time to notice you, but just based off the way they're dressed, in this sort of like tailed black suits with bowler hats, you get the indication these guys are probably Pinkertons, as they are just kind of sweeping down the burnout side of town, checking things out, looking around, but they don't notice you as you're in a very, very well hidden position. But that's all you really see on your watch of note.
Okay.
Mr. Whitman?
Then
10? You do not notice any Pinkertons. Your watch goes by relatively easily. Nothing out of the ordinary. Everything shipshape. JP?
11.
Yeah, as Mr. Whitman nudges you and goes to bed, you move up. Very similar watch to what he had. Nothing really bothers you or shakes you as you watch for the sun to start rising. Mr. Whitman, I need a spirit check from you.
No.
all right. What was don't I have -1 for Dominion?
I don't believe so. No, Dominion is taken off your spirit. It doesn't like subtract from it, but your spirit is like your threshold.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I'm saying. So it's like how many points you have to lose is based off of your spirit.
All right. Well, I got a 3.
Okay. You drift off to sleep.
I'm gonna use.
And okay.
I got 11.
Okay. That's very good. You drift off to sleep, and as you close your eyes, and sleep starts to return from you after you've been woken up, did your watch and whatnot. Breathe in, breathe out as a dream starts to form in your head. You're familiar with this dream as you've been having them a lot lately. You feel that sort of same on all fours padding as you feel leaves crunch beneath your feet as you walk through the forest. You pad along, moving about. You hear and feel the presence of fellows on your left and right as you step into a clearing. And you walk towards what seems to be the remains of an old campfire, maybe. A few logs laid down for places to sit as you sniff at the ground around it. Can you make me a history check? Wait, is history even a fucking thing?
A notice check.
It's a notice check. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
It's either notice or common. No, common knowledge. Give me a common knowledge check. Fuck you. Fuck all of y'all.
Rude.
7.
7. As you lean down in the stream, sniff the ground, taking a good smell, you feel your ears prick as you stand up and look around a little bit. You recognize the place that you're dreaming of because you were there about a month ago. As you sniff around in the stream, you remember just outside of Harrison as you were headed towards Fayetteville one night, camping in your pursuit of Mary. And you remember this clearing, you remember this place, you remember being here. As you look down at this campfire and you see a spotted golden black paw go before you as it shifts and cracks and break, and you see a large hand scoop up the earth and bring it closer to your face, and you sniff again as it shifts the dirt and the ash between the fingers before sprinkling it back down, and it looks to the north and starts to move again at a quickened pace, and you wake up.
Yeah, that was strange.
So, watches have gone by relatively well. Nothing bothered you. You saw some things, but nothing too concerned about. And the day has arrived. So, I know Mr. Whitman has got several projects he needs to do. Do either of you two want to do anything for the day, or are you just spending your time in preparation?
I think just preparation.
Yep,
Okay.
just get 2 of the grenades ready.
Okay. So for the grenades, who's doing the grenades? Like I said, this can either be a thievery check, this can be a repair check, or this can be a raw smarts check. If it is a raw smarts check, the DC is going to go up just a little bit because it's not skilled, it's just going off your own, like intuition.
I'll do a repair check on him.
Okay, sure. Anyone want to assist with that?
I don't have repairs. I don't know if I'd be any good at assisting.
You can assist in like other ways, like, holding a candle is assisting because, it's dangerous.
I mean, I can do
Hold a
that.
flashlight.
I'll hold.
Yeah.
If you're
Mr.
going with
Whitman?
him, JP, go get the horse.
Okay.
You be
Um,
extra careful. My little
I
baby
need
boy.
I need a repair check from you, DC 7. Austin, give me a assist check.
Would it just be a D4 minus 2?
If you're not skilled, I mean, what are you doing? Like, you can pick a skill to roll here to help.
Oh, I was just gonna hold stuff for him.
Okay,
It's not
then yeah,
really-
sure.
Athletics.
I mean, athletics is your athletic coordination. You're trying to not in any way set off something. So if you want to roll athletics, fuck it, I don't give a shit.
Cool.
JP, just go in that corner.
That's a 4.
Don't look at me.
So add 1 to whatever you roll. DC
All right.
7.
All right, so I got a 10 minus 2
Mhm.
plus 1.
Okay. That is a success. You're able to very carefully shift the pin enough to pull what little fuse there is out and tie around a secondary fuse that you trail out a little further. That way, when this thing gets lit, so basically what you're doing is you're threading a fuse out and then weaving it back in, so when the flint strikes, when you pull this thing out, it will light the end of the first fuse that you've pushed against it, giving it time to like do a circle around before it gets back to where it detonates.
Cool.
So, you know, this is probably a 20-second fuse.
That's perfect for what they need to do.
Yeah.
Just light it and get the fuck out. And
So, yeah. You guys have that, and you just need to make sure that they are in the drop location sometime in the afternoon.
Okay.
Back to Mr. Whitman. What are we up to? We're getting one horse and taking it to Jimbo?
Can I sell these horses?
Again, like, hot horses, suspects. You can try.
Can I take like 4 of them or something?
You can try.
Alright. I'm going to try and sell 3 horses. The 4th horse I would deliver to Jimbo's alley.
Okay.
From a 5th horse, I would be giving to the ma'am.
Okay. Okay. She's extraordinarily grateful for that. She's become attached to one of the horses, you can tell, so she's very happy to have one.
For payment for keeping all this, I forgot if I even paid her.
You did not, but she's very appreciative of that. So I presume you're going to Jimbo first to just lighten your load?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna need a stealth, persuasion, or performance check to move about town incognito. It's a little harder since you're leading a train of horses.
Stealth, persuasion, or what? Performance?
Stealth, persuasion, or performance.
I ain't got any of that shit. What about writing? Can I do like writing skills?
I don't know if riding really applies for trying to move quietly through town.
Shit. Alright, I need to reroll. Oh. Do that. Shit.
This is going well.
I got 5. And I can't use any more bennies.
Okay.
Do you need one?
No, we need to save. Save bennies.
If you get a... Here, reroll one time. I give you a chip.
No. This is good.
It's marked off.
Oh, good. 4.
Okay, so you take the highest of whatever you rolled, so 5. You are able to move. So again, you're moving. Jimbo's not that far off of the burnt side of town, so you can kind of ride up the burnt side of town, then get to Jimbo's, and you're able to drop off the horse in the alley. You see like a small bale of hay and a bucket of water out there in anticipation. As he is parked there for the time being. And now we get to the more questioning part. Who are you going to try to sell these horses to? The 3 you have remaining.
I mean, there should be like a stable or something.
There is. The stable we established is on the like eastern, like past the eastern side of town. It's kind of like there is one that is sort of situated on the northeast side of town. That's like the city stables, and then there is a farm that breeds horses a little further out.
Actually, the butcher was a Finch, wasn't he?
He was.
Go to the butcher.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna need another stealth check to move into the town proper. This one will require a higher DC.
It's 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10
Okay, yeah, sure. You are able to lead this train of horses very nonchalantly, just kind of down side streets, not really drawing a lot of attention to yourself. You've got very strong control over these horses. You're able to keep them very much in line, not in an unruly way. They very much obey that sort of train that we've been talking about as you are able to get to Frederick's shop. You pull up to it, swing yourself off, and I presume walk in the front door.
Well,
You step in, you see him look up. Oh, well, I didn't reckon I'd be seeing you again after you guys have been gone for a few days, but what can I do for you?
how you doing there, sir? Tip my hat to him.
Doing well, I suppose.
Is business good?
Business has been better, but it ain't bad.
Mm. Well, I got 3 horses out here. I reckon you can either sell them or I guess chop them up for meat. Sell them that way, whatever you need to do. But they got the saddles on them, so you can probably make a pretty penny. You'd be willing to buy 'em.
All right. Well, where'd you get the horses from?
Mm. Found them out wandering around.
Give me a persuasion check.
For
Wandering around. Whose yard were they wandering around in then?
say again?
Whose yard were they wandering around in then?
Oh, the field outside of town.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if he's as smart as the madam is. Not bad. Uh-huh. Alright. So you got 3 of them out there?
Yes, sir.
I don't reckon I'm gonna be able to sell them out for nothing really. Given they were out in the field, they might belong to somebody. Horse meat go pretty good though. So, I reckon I can give you $10 for each of them, 5 for each saddle.
Deal.
All right. So you go ahead and jot down $45 as he leads those 3 out back. And
Now,
you get the impression that he's going to kill them very fast.
I got a proposition for you before you go on.
All right.
What if I can tell you I can get more of these, this quality meat?
Well, I tell you that 3 is already pushing what I can stock for the given moment, and unless you plan on sticking around long enough to be a supplier for a while, I won't be able to get much use out of them.
Alright then.
All right. If you have anything else you want to sell, though, always come check me out.
Yes, sir. I'll be seeing you.
He nods to you, sends you on your way.
Alright, and then I head back to the boys.
All right. You reconvene with the friends. I'm not going to make you re-roll since you got a raise on that last stealth check. You all are back together. You have your explosives ready. Only thing left to do before tonight is to deliver them to the other side of town.
Now, actually, on the way back, do I pass by Jimbo's again?
Kind of.
I take a stop there.
All right.
Knock on the door, or I guess enter the door. Still daytime.
Sure. You pull around to the side. He sees you, runs around, opens up and unlatches the mini locks on his door, pulls you in. You got something else you need?
Yeah, give me 3 other little sandwiches.
Coming right up. And he runs and whips up 3 sandwiches, runs back to you. Oh, wait, for you, it's a quarter.
Right. And I head back to the boys.
All right. Loaded up with the Sammies.
Mm.
You arrive. Lunch in tow. Start distributing.
Yeah,
Ev-
distribute sandwiches.
Everybody gets a nice meal. And then the only thing left to do is to deliver the payload.
Yep, I can take care of that then for tonight.
All right. Here's a question: are you gonna go there, come back, and then go back again later, or are you guys just gonna all go there, drop it off, and find somewhere to lay low on that side of town for the rest of the day?
I like that plan a lot more.
Mm-hmm. All right. In
Yes.
that case, I need a 1 group stealth check to get across town to do the drop, and then to hang out. Or of course persuasion or performance, if that's more your bag.
I'll use writing, please, sir.
No. Negative.
8.
11.
Nice.
5.
Nice. Okay, 2 passes. You guys are able to move across town. Flying casual, not drawing attention to yourself. Keeping a low profile, you make it to the house a few down, and you go back to that wood shed where you find a box sitting there that you expected as you put a couple. Well, here's another question. How many of your grenades are you using for the distraction?
I figured 2.
All right.
Mhm.
You put 2 grenades in there. As you guys then find a little ways down the street, kind of boarded up old building. It looks like it may have been a haberdasher at some point. And you just kind of both look both ways, or you all 3 look both ways before you just kind of pop the knob out and push into the room. Shut the door behind you. Doesn't seem to be anyone in here. Take a load off until the nighttime comes. All right. You guys are sitting there. Is there anything else you all want to do before this plan starts to kick off?
I'll load all my firearms and prep.
That's about it.
Everyone locks and loads. Gets everything set. Gets everything ready. Now, we are in the plan phase of this. You guys have already laid down to them what it is. So I'm letting you all take the wheel from here. You tell me what time you go where and what you do. And we will assume that they act to the best of their abilities to do what you told them to.
Yep.
As night falls.
And I mean, we can. I don't know. We can kick this off at like 10, I guess.
Sure.
10 at night.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And then I guess move to the rightmost side of the fence.
Mhm.
If the explosion's on the left side.
Yep.
Or and that way,
Uh,
whenever it goes off,
Yeah,
you know.
and you guys have positioned it to where the drainage pipe is on the back right of the compound.
Okay.
And this
Would we be
explosion
able
is set to be in like the front left kind of.
Would we be able to like find like a little hiding spot to wait for the explosion, then poke out, and then try to move over the fence?
Yeah,
Or
you
is-
guys. So you guys could set up like where you guys are set up across the street right now. No stealth check will be required to hole up. But if you want to be closer to your destination, the way everything is sort of set up, there's stockyards next door. You can hide there, but it will require an active stealth check.
Okay.
But you will be closer and able to respond faster when your distraction starts.
Yeah, I think we go with that, right, guys?
Yeah.
All right. Give me a group stealth check. I will set the DC with the Pinkertons. Give me 1 moment. Need my D8. Yeah, roll whatever you want.
Okay.
Do whatever the fuck you want to. I don't give a shit.
An 11.
5.
Got it. You got
Apparently, that's all I roll.
and I am
bad.
Michael Myers.
Oh no.
Jesus. That was a critical failure.
Morale is low for the Pinkertons.
The Pinkertons have had a rough couple days. As you all are able to move to a stockyard on the right side of this place, a lot of piled lumber and other miscellaneous materials all tarped and covered. You're able to just kind of stick your heads behind it and just kind of hole up for a little while. As time passes, uh, you all sit there checking your pocket watches. For those of you who have pocket watches, it's the 1890s. I assume everyone has a very dapper chained pocket watch.
Yep.
You're watching, and the time hits about 9:58. And you have your second, your last preparations, because in about 2 minutes, if everything goes according to plan, you should hear a boom.
And pat Whitman on the shoulder. Give JP a nod.
Mhm.
All right. In and out, quick.
Time gets a little drawn out as everything feels like it takes a little bit longer. Counting to 10 feels like you're counting to 30. You sit there waiting. 10 o'clock. 10:01. 10:02. Boom. As an explosion rattles out through town. It is loud. You feel just the slightest shake that feels like more than it should have been for two grenades as you kind of peer over and see a very large plume of smoke coming out from the side of this factory as you watch it go up in a burst of flame. Time is now. As you see people start running around, you hear screams and shouts, and you can't hear what's going on inside, but you do hear movement within the compound.
Poke our little heads out.
Mm-hmm.
See what the situation is on our side of the factory.
On your side of the factory, you see guards moving towards the explosion. It seems like the back corner or the back side of the factory seems to be going around the other side, and the guards moving around your side of the factory seem to be moving towards the front and around. So it seems like this distraction has worked for the moment as you see your window to try to make a play here.
Run to the gate, turn around, put my hands together to try and throw them over the fence.
Okay. This is going to be an athletics check. Oliver, make yours at -2 since you're helping people over.
Okay.
Age before beauty.
Mm-hmm.
4 for me.
Okay.
7.
Okay.
17.
Shit. With a raise, Mr. Whitman, like a fucking cat, runs as Ollie gives him the old alley-oop and hefts him up to the top of this thing. JP following suit. Oliver, who fails his athletics check, looks like he is struggling to get up by himself, but with the raise, Mr. Whitman just locks his knee around the top of this, fully extends himself back over, and pulls Oliver up as you are all able to crest this gate or this wall and jump over. About 40 feet forward, you see this open conduit with drainage running out of it.
Get
No
our
man
dry
left
Yeah.
behind
acid.
today. No man left behind today.
I like it.
Thank you, sir. What?
Yep. You guys move up and you see Similar to what you would expect, a moderately rusted iron grate over this mostly what seems like mortared culvert that leads out into the courtyard.
Dump acid on it.
Yep.
Okay.
Take our jar of acid.
So I'm going to need. I'm going to either need a. I don't know if I would call it repair.
Fighting check.
No. I'll call it a survival check to try to find the weakest portion of this gate that you can put it on.
Hand the jar to someone else.
I'll hit the check, I guess.
Glad you could
help.
assist him. Yeah.
Okay.
I got a 7.
All right, an assist. So add 1 to whatever you roll, Austin.
Uh, 6, 3, 9 plus 1, so 10.
Okay. You are able to identify lower on the grate where the water runs through several spots that have come to rust where the sort of joints where the sort of lattice work of iron bars meet, where you might see some that are susceptible to breakage if a little acid was applied to them.
So I'll put acid on those ones.
All right, you expend your bottle of acid as you hear bubbling from them and you see them sort of weakening. And now is where we need either this would be a repair check to try to, more delicately saw and extract these, or I need a raw athletics check to yoink this shit out of there. Either that, or you can just roll strength if you want to.
I use it. I yoink the shit out of there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let Demon Boy
One
get
can-
in.
I'm gonna say the DC for this. It's been weakened. But you're trying to do this quickly. I'm gonna say the DC on this is 11.
Can I assist?
Yeah. Everyone can assist. Just tell me who the primary is, and then whoever's
Okay.
assisting.
I shall
Alright,
try
I
to
go
help.
up. I'm not Demon Boy, but I go up and I yank it out with a 16.
Oh shit! Nothing required. You guys all get in position. Essentially, with the 2 crowbars you have, you two sort of center them at the bottom, pushing down using the leverage to try to lift, while Mr. Whitman just takes the remaining large blacksmith's hammer that he has to try to wrench up with it using the sort of back part of it. And using the leverage together, Mr. Whitman is able to push the non-weakened parts as you guys break it, as you are able to lift the drain and give yourselves about 2 feet of clearance as you bend it upward. So you're gonna have to slide up into it. You haven't pulled it off, but
no, we don't want to pull it off.
but you can get up in there.
Okay.
It's a little snug, but you can do it.
Yep. I mean, we can take off packs and then crawl through, grab your pack and pull,
Yeah.
Yeah.
kind of thing.
And with no fails, I'm not going to ask for anything extra, as none of the other guards have had time to come back around. As you are able to slink up into this grate. You see before you a long, straight conduit leading on and into darkness.
Alright, let me go first. And I'll start crouching.
Yep.
Going
start.
along.
Making your way in. The water, there is water in here. I'd say it's about ankle deep. Water may be generous, actually. You see that sort of oil slick chemical sort of trails in these water, it's sort of floating on the surface, that sort of chromatic sheen over the top. As you push through it, it does not smell good. Not so much a sewage kind of smell as much as a very much sort of dumpster in a flood kind of smell. As you push through this ankle deep water moving forward, you go about 40 feet before it takes a elbow bend to the right. And you guys go about another 50 before you see it leading up into some sort of cistern, you think.
All right. I mean,
Hold on to
What
your
is it?
butts.
yep.
All right. You guys come around to this like mostly drained sort of retaining tank that you look up and you see is kind of open. And as you look up, you see above you that sort of like scaffolded steel of a large warehouse floor above you. The way it's situated, at least from your perspective right now, you can see catwalks along the sort of like upper area. You don't see anyone on them at the moment, but just sort of a crisscross steel beams type roof with catwalks along the side. As you look up, do you guys start peeking out?
I would try to do like a look around before we poke heads out.
I have a small mirror.
Sure.
Oh,
I like
Chip,
small
we do
mirror.
have small mirrors. That's a good idea. Take a chip.
Thank you.
I'll let you do a notice check without the need to make a stealth check.
Alrighty. 8.
Okay. It's good.
Good.
Using your mirror, JP comes around and just sort of cranes it up and looks around. You see very much what you'd expect a factory floor to look like. You see conveyor belts and boilers all along a line with tools lined up around them. Everything from older style drills and hammers to saws. Along the rows, you see metal pieces. You do remember that Van Zandt Industries, like very famously, has a very wide array of things they make. Mostly, metal goods, like metallurgy to a degree. You see a lot of what seems to be produced, things like stoves. You see parts for probably generators. You see parts that may go to like boats and things like that. But just several long assembly lines along this factory floor. And pretty good notice check. You do notice people moving around in here, not workers, but guards. You count from your perspective here, roughly 6 up and down the first floor.
Okay. Looks like we got 6.
I'm ready. And so, what's our path like out of here looking like?
So the factory itself is essentially a very long rectangle, with the front of the rectangle being at the gate you all observed it from, and the back being kind of close to where you all were. The place you're in right now is sort of the back half of the rectangle. You see several ladders and staircases leading up to those catwalks, and then not much behind you other than solid wall. But then forward, you see sort of like a wall separating the other end of the factory. But beyond that, you don't really know what's on the other side. But I will note you do not see an elevator here.
And yeah, I mean, I guess gotta try and sneak our way to like some kind of cover.
Yep.
I'm open to suggestions or something else, but
Okay. We're just trying to. Well,
I ain't got nothing.
Mm-mm.
okay. if we're just trying to finagle our way, there are a lot of conveyor belts, a lot of machinery, places to hide, but there are also a good amount of guards here. So this is no longer group stealth checks, these are individual stealth checks, so if one person fails, you're noticed.
Yeah, I was
But
gonna say just do it one by one.
yeah, so essentially you know that you have your back to one portion of the factory. And to get to the other wall where you presume the front half of the factory is and potentially rooms in between, it's about 200 feet.
Okay.
And there are about 6 guards between you and there, all sort of spread out and moving. So I'm going to need stealth checks from everybody. Let me set the DC. The DC is 8.
Alrighty. You want to do this one by one? Or
Yes,
just
very much one by one. Because it's no longer a group stealth check. If you fail on your own, you fail.
yeah. Alright.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get it.
Alright. Well, women will go third.
Okay.
Everyone
I
still
got a
have a
6.
D4.
Hmm?
Everyone still have a D4.
I think so.
Yo.
Yeah, everyone has a D4. I got a 16.
Great. With a raise.
Can I go with him?
Can he hide
I
me?
Scooby Doo him under my arm.
You know what? I will say you've got a raise, and if Oliver's gone first, he's picking a good route. I'm gonna say with Oliver's raise, if you want to follow him, you can rank this roll to +2.
Do you want to go next, Daniel? You want me to go next?
Doesn't matter. You can go.
Okay. Do both of us get the +2, or is that just Mr.
Yeah, both of you just for
Cool.
following.
Cool. That gets me.
path you
That
got.
gets me to 8.
Okay. You are able to follow Ollie's path through this sort of weave of machinery on this factory floor. He's very conveniently ducking behind large pieces as guards walk by, and you follow suit, just kind of following him on the step that you saw their guard shift, so that you're moving the same places he did at the same time he did. And you both have gotten, your full movement in and are on your way. Mr. Whitman?
8.
DC 8. 8?
Hey.
Okay. You
Got him,
follow suit.
baby.
You're able to weave through this miniature labyrinth of assembly lines as you sneak towards the middle of this room. Everyone passed. You make it 200 feet. You are at the end of this place, and you see 2 doors on either side. Both seem to go inward. You're not sure where they go to.
Right's never wrong.
Okay. You all wait until the guard gets close and then starts walking the other way. You wait until you think he's just far enough to where he won't hear, and you open that door and slide through. What you see before you is a sort of office type situation where there's storage, but there's also a desk that you see just sort of sitting there unoccupied at the moment. Boxes stored everywhere, paper strewn across it. You'd think this is likely like a foreman or sort of a plant manager type deal office, separating one side of the factory from the other. But you do see here, across from the manager's desk, an elevator with a sort of like steel lattice like grid, one of those like slide open kind of doors, you know,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
uh, sitting in front of you.
Okay. So, so for this elevator, if it's one of the pool ones, ah, how big of an elevator is it? Just for like one or two people?
No, this elevator seems like it could probably hold 16 people, maybe even
Oh,
20.
okay, okay.
But I will note that it is locked. Like the lattice on the
Mm,
outside has a lock and it is closed.
okay. Uh, then all right. Whitman, take a crowbar, get that lock off. Can you do that?
Yep. Already on it.
Quietly as you can, and I'll start rummaging through the desk.
Okay. So I need a notice check from Oliver.
Yes, sir.
And then from Whitman, I need an athletics or raw strength check. But if you are trying to do this quietly, make it at minus. You did get pretty good on your stealth. -2. Notice check first.
That is a 6.
You rifle through these papers. This does not have the like look of some like coded messaging or anything. This really just does seem like a foreman of a factory.
Okay.
Like this does not seem like anything special or of note really. Other than, you know, a good amount of merchandise being moved through and notes of stuff being taken to the sublevel. Nothing specifically noted, just, you know, occasional like notations of traffic.
Okay.
All right, Whitman, the gym in.
I believe.
You said -2?
Yes.
7.
You fit the crowbar into this uh, sort of steel lattice that covers the outside of this elevator and start to push and pull. And with a 7, it is not budging. You think it's possible, maybe not even probable, possible you could open it through blunt force, but you are certain you could not do it quietly.
Oh. Hold. Ain't gonna
Good
be able
luck.
to get. I ain't gonna be able to do this quietly. It's a pretty heavy duty lock.
All right, JP. Sounds like you're up.
I knew it was coming. I've been sitting
Actually,
here waiting for it.
JP's got an idea with the lock.
Okay.
What if I use my elemental manipulation to heat the lock to weaken the metal?
Read to me elemental manipulation.
Reading, finding.
Actually, if you just tell me the page, that way I don't have to have C and say.
Looking, finding. It is on. That's the wrong direction. A B C D E. I can do my
Okay, I found it.
ABCs. I think it would be under the special effect portion.
Okay. So you can conjure flame like essentially the size of a torch to do stuff like that. Okay. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I will allow this, but it's going to take time. Austin, I want you to roll me a d6. That's how many minutes it's going to take for you to get this metal red hot to where it might have some effect on it. And for every minute that you have, I'm making you all roll stealth checks again.
Gotcha.
I
Do you
think
want
we might
me?
just take-
Do you want me to roll to see if it works first, or roll the time first?
I mean, yeah, see if it works. If that's what you want to do, I think that's the way. You know what? Maybe a D6. No, D6 is right. Like I would maybe drop it to a D4, but if you can get a raise, I might drop it to a D4.
Okay.
But
I get an 8.
okay, an 8 is a raise. Roll a D4.
4. Low dice. Low dice. Power of Brian compels you. That is a 2.
Okay, it'll take you 2 minutes of holding this heat on this lock to weaken it enough to have any effect on trying to wrench it open. I need everyone to give me 2 stealth checks. You're in a more enclosed room now, so the DC is 6 now.
First one for JP is right at 6.
Okay.
10.
Okay.
And Oliver will turn on. Peters, we don't got time for this. Pick the lock.
I only have one lockpick left.
3.
Okay. Do you want to reroll it? Okay.
5.
Here, do you need another one?
Years of
Hey,
many.
Does need another one.
6.
There it is. Okay.
Plus 3.
The first minute of heating the lock goes by. If you want to stay on this course, I'm gonna need another stealth check from everybody.
9.
9.
I gotta use a chip.
Use one of mine.
There we go. 11.
11. Okay. The lock is red. Seems a little, maybe it's got a little more give to it. You may make another attempt to wrench it open. And you may make this attempt at +2. And that cancels out the -2 for doing it stealthily, so you can make it flat.
5.
A 5 does not do it. As you wrench and pull, it's hot, and maybe you've damaged the lock, maybe you haven't, maybe that made it worse. You don't know, but all you know is it's gonna take more oomph to open this, or a more gentle hand.
Alright, we tried that. Try to pick it.
All right.
A D4 -2
-2.
and your wild die.
This is where boys
You know
become
what? Actually,
men.
I had meant to bring something up with you guys, and I just now realize I forgot to do it. I was looking through Weird West, and I realized they didn't have a background section, and that kind of pissed me off. That they didn't have like a background session to like reflect what you did in your past. So I was thinking about it. JP, you have a D4 in thievery. Whitman, you have a D4 in battle. And Oliver, you have a D. I had one for you, but I don't remember what it was. You have a D4 in the fuck was it? Academics.
Oh.
You're learned.
Alrighty, then I shall.
Just go ahead and mark that down for free, because I remember thinking this is dumb.
I shall burn a penny. Reroll. 8.
8. 8 is pretty good.
Fucking guy.
8 is pretty good. So I'll tell you what I'm going to tell you. 8 does not meet the DC. However, you have damaged the lock with your flames and your fires and whatnot. I can let you pass this one for a Benny.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, either way, we have to burn a Benny to try, so
Mm-hmm.
I'll take the
But
pass.
I'll tell you, the DC for this is 10.
I'll burn the Benny for the success.
Okay. You're going through moving tumblers. You get to push one up, and you feel like you're about to break your pick, but then you just feel the bottom portion, the little like caliper you use to hold everything down, push forward in some like softened metal, and you just brute force like a bump key into the lock, and before it can have any chance, you just turn it, and you pull your lockpicks out. It seems open. You give it a tug. Pulls open. The elevator is revealed to you.
All right, let's go.
All right.
Quick question about this elevator again.
Uh-huh.
Is I don't know, my idea is if there was a way for like to get on top of the elevator
Uh-huh.
and like start it then hop on top or something. How like would that just be like we would go through the factory and it'd just be our asses would be in the air?
So here's the thing about the elevator. I'm referring to it as an elevator because that's like what it is mechanically. It is a lift. It is for industrial lifting. It doesn't have a roof
Gotcha. All right, well that
because
answers that.
it might need like to lift tall things that a roof
Gotcha.
would hamper it.
Yeah, no, that. Is there anything in it currently?
No, not at the moment. There's just a button that you see. One goes up and one goes down. You guys know that down leads to sublevel and up, from what you know, leads to Van Zant's personal apartment.
You tempting whore.
I mean, you both, but you know there's stuff you want. Neither one. I'm not here to tell you which one you want more.
There's stuff I want in both, son. But we stick
Uh-huh.
with the plan. Man. Is there any other like crates or nonsense in this like office-y space?
Yeah, no, sure.
Sure. We should move some of those like on to use as cover in case there's someone waiting.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
All right, cool. Then yeah. I mean, I'm thinking like what, like 4 boxes, so we can hide in between on either side.
Mm-hmm. That should work.
All right, cool.
Easy enough. I'm not gonna make you guys roll another stealth check. If you all just carry a box, you pretty much got it. As you're able to position some boxes for makeshift cover at the front of this lift.
And
Shut the door.
one last thing.
Yeah.
Before we like start going up, I'll Whitman, you might want to be handy with that bow, and I'll go ahead and start prepping.
Yeah. Warming it up.
Yep, warming it up
Yeah.
in case
You
we gotta kill people.
you put some oil into like a burner on it and then pour water into this sort of container. You screw it tight and you start the burner and you just see a little like pressure gauge on the side start to ratchet up. And you know once it hits the top, that's when you're good to go. And I didn't include this on the thing, but
Okay.
if you shoot 16 essentially bolts out of it, you're going to need another minute to refill the pressure gauge.
Gotcha.
Because each shot is going to remove pressure as well as ammo.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And before we go up, because I assume there's gonna be some role playing and some shit, I have to piss.
Go piss. Get some pee out of your body.
I've had to pee for so long.
Mm-hmm.
I too shall use the restroom.
I mean, if we're all peeing, I could pee and get some more water.
What are you doing, Bubba? What are you doing?
Chilling.
What you playing?
Nah, I'm not playing anything.
You just listening?
Yeah, just hanging out.
You got your Benny, you know that, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Make sure you're using this upcoming throwdown that's about to happen.
Ah, yoink. Y'all got it. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I know I'll be fine. And the others, though, they may need some help.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right, I am back.
Oh, we got back at the same time.
Hey, look at that. So we doing ready actions as we get to the top of this bitch or nah? I'm thinking about it.
If I do any form of ready action, it'll be in a hot moment smite to the two of you.
I mean, you could try to do like a stun.
I don't know if I have the distance for it, would be the problem. Because
Oh,
my
okay.
range is just based on my smarts dice, so it'd be like, I guess it'd be in yards. I mean, it wouldn't be super far.
I'm back.
Okay.
But I mean, I could probably stun somebody relatively close. But my idea was if y'all were going to shoot people, just be like, hey, have some power. Boo boo. Damage plus 2 or 4. Depending.
Yeah. I mean, if that doesn't take a lot of your juice, then we can go ahead and do that, and then ready action. Like if we see a guard, you know.
It would end up. I mean, the base cost is 2 for both stun and smite. To give stun or to give smite to another person makes it a cost of 3. But if you're gonna try to stun more than one person, then you have to do the area of effect stun, which makes it plus 2 to plus 3. And then I have to make sure I don't hit you two with it as well.
Gotcha.
Stun gets expensive incredibly fast. Because sadly, it doesn't have just a modifier for picking individual recipients. It's just either one person or
For everybody.
everyone. And then you gotta use points to subtract your friends. Or say, let bygones be bygones.
All right then. Is everybody back?
I think we're waiting on Daniel.
No, I'm here.
Oh, he's been here the whole time. Silent boy.
Yes.
Sleepy.
Yes.
That's why I cracked open a Thrasher apple.
Okay. Um, in that case, you guys are at the bottom of the lift. You start raising her up.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. You
Lad,
guys,
you want to do any ready actions or no?
Yeah, already, Bo.
you guys pull the lever to start it cranking up. It's a pretty slow lift, but it starts moving up. About 30, 45 seconds up, you hit what, partially should be like the roof of the area you're at, and you go just a little bit past it, and you get maybe 5 feet higher before you see a door coming up. And the elevator stops with a bit of a clang at that door. The door doesn't open, it has to be manually opened, it's
Yep.
Okay. Is the door like because with these types of elevators, sometimes it's just like the see-through grate. Is it still that, or is this one a
No,
solid
this is a
door?
door. This is a
Okay.
door.
Okay, boys. I'm gonna open this door. Don't let me die.
Yeah. You said it.
Quick. What I can do. What can I do? What does this spell do? AB.
Witch and craft.
Goddamn witches.
Alright. Ooh, I'd hate to waste more points though. But it might warrant it, so I'm going to use 1 point to cast protection upon myself.
Mm-hmm.
So let me go ahead and roll. Thank you. That is a 15. So protections thing creates a field of energy or armor around a character, giving him 2 points of armor with a raise. The bonus is applied to toughness instead. Whether the
Okay.
protection is visible or not depends on the person or the trapping that you use. Mine's not going to be visible, obviously. Protection stacks with all other armor, natural or worn, and is negated by AP as usual. I'm assuming because it's adding to armor.
Yeah.
But I guess since I got a raise, it
Yours
adds
is
it to
tough.
my
Yeah,
toughness.
you have a +2 to toughness. You're good.
Okay. All right. I say I'm going to prepare and open this door, and they just see me get up and open the door.
Okay.
Yup. Yup. That's about to be what happens. Except mine are going to bounce off.
You go to open the door, and as you pull it open, you do see a man on each side turn and look at you as they both just kind of turn as you open the door. They don't seem like at the ready or anything. They're armed, but they turn as you open the door, and they look like they're about to reach, but your ready actions do go off first, as they weren't preparing ready actions themselves.
Blocka blocka.
Blocka blocka. Okay. Give me some shooting rolls.
Yes, sir.
Since I'm in the doorway.
I mean, I assumed you opened it and then backed up.
I was
I
gonna say,
assumed you didn't just fling it open and stand there arms wide.
okay. I was gonna say, I'm like, I don't want to be in the middle
I
of a
mean, if
door
you
when I
want to go
open
out
it.
that way, that's your call, big boy. You
I
do
get
it. You do what you gotta.
shot in the front and arrowed through the back.
Bolted through the back. Please, sir.
Well, bolted by you. Arrowed
Did
by.
you ask for both? Alrighty.
Are you not entertained?
14 to hit.
Okay, that hits with a raise. So add a d6 to whatever you're slinging.
D6. Alright. And these are 2d6. Alright, so 3d6.
Yes.
Do. And damage still explodes, correct?
Correct.
Alright. One of these explode. Okay. So 18
Okay.
plus 2 AP.
The AP does matter. Let's see. Okay. I don't think I can save him from that. I'm not gonna waste a bin. Yeah, I'm not wasting a chip on that.
Mm.
You open the door, JP, and step back as you see these two guys who are wearing like these. I almost want to call them aprons, just these large, heavy pieces of leather that are draped over their shoulders and hang down low and then tied at the waist. And along the aprons, you see all sorts of like tools and technical stuff lining uh, and pocketed along them. They're wearing like longer gloves as well as they both turn, and you see each of them is holding a shotgun that has 4 barrels.
Mm.
Fuck.
Ooga
As
blooga.
one turns, and Ollie, you raise this steam gun, and with a sound that kind of sounds like, you know, that sound that is made if you take a water bottle and twist it like
Oh, yeah.
really hard until it pops, like that, but amplified just a little bit as a gout of steam shoots out and a steel bolt smashes through his left eye and throws him against the wall. And you're ready action, Mr. Whitman.
So we need at least 18.
18 did make me go, not worth it.
I believe in you.
It's probably something less than that, but who knows? Who could say?
Who could say? Or JP gets 4 barrels to the face.
I got out of the way. Otherwise, I got shot by your bolt.
Is Lad asleep?
No.
My boy's rolling damage.
You gotta roll to hit first.
Nah, it's his birthday.
It is his birthday.
We don't roll to hit on birthdays. We just
Oh
hit.
yeah,
Especially,
happy birthday.
especially when your DM forgets your birthday.
I
It
forget
literally is
everyone's
my birthday.
Belated.
Hey, do you want me to use my chip for your birthday?
I almost could use it.
If you need it, you use that birthday chip up ass.
Mhm. You're taking a bow shot, correct?
Yeah, but it's still all the same.
I don't know why for a second I thought he was gonna go,
Yeah, no, the
no.
shooting is the same, but the damage isn't.
Oh yeah, damn is different.
I don't know why I thought you were about to be like that, Dan. You'd be like, no. Shotgun.
What, you gonna roll shooting?
6.
There we go. That is a hit. Now give me some damage.
That's a lot of damage. Excuse me.
8.
8 damage. Okay. That one I will soak.
Mm. Well, boys,
Austin, it's all up to you.
my ready
I'm gonna
action
be
was
real with
the
you.
door.
He didn't have a ready action. After this, it goes to initiative.
My action was the door.
Yeah.
No. This is fair.
Yeah.
Shit.
Man, actually, 8. He's just shaking. I don't need to. I'll roll vigor for him later. As Mr. Whitman fires off an arrow, this dude sidesteps as you see it skirt along this heavy leather apron and it flies into the wall. As you hear him cry out in alarm, and you hear voices behind him further into the apartment respond as it's time to draw some cards.
Masculine or feminine voices?
Play your
Um,
last pathetic card.
You hear several masculine voices respond. Give me a notice check.
Okay. Five.
You don't hear anything else really over the
Alright.
commotion and the
Everybody screaming.
the fact that it's about to go down. Who wants to draw first?
Me.
All right, JP draws the Jack of Hearts.
Pretty good. I'll go next.
You
Draw
draw
the
the Five of Hearts.
Shame.
Mr. Whitman draws the Queen of Spades. Y'all are rolling good. And the bad guys draw the Two of Spades. Okay, so the order is Whitman, JP, Ollie, baddies.
Okay.
So you got a chance to still keep this relatively clean.
So it's just the one.
No.
No.
Oh, so there's okay.
No. We heard a lot of voices, which means
Well,
we gotta clear these guys out quick.
All
Mhm.
right. Okay. What can I
Mr.
do?
Whitman with the Queen of Spades.
How close is it?
He is, the door opened and he is turning to shoot at you. He is 5 feet, no more than 10.
Charge him and stab him with my dagger.
Okay. Make a melee attack. His parry is higher than a 4, so you need to beat a 6. No. Whoa, no. Never mind. His parry sucks. Carry on.
Carry on.
Parry fucking sucks.
Do your damage.
Parry fucking
5.
sucks. You hit him. His parry fucking sucks. Actually, so this is something that hasn't really come up because melee attacks has not been something we've used against people a lot. It's been a lot of Ollie attacking people or like monsters with a sword. So there's something called unarmed attacker, which essentially means if you get attacked with a melee weapon and you don't have another melee weapon to fend it off, you take a -2 penalty to your parry.
Ooh.
Which means technically you hit him with a raise with that 5.
Wait. Can you re-explain that to me? That my IQ is apparently dropped.
If you attack someone or are attacked by someone with a melee weapon and you yourself do not have a melee weapon to fend them off, your parry is -2 because essentially think about trying to block someone who has a knife. You're not going to be as good as it because if you
Yeah.
try to block, you're still going to get stabbed.
Do my brass knuckles? I mean, that's a melee weapon.
That would be a melee weapon, yes. But you have to have it equipped. Like it's out. Like you can't just say I have brass knuckles. Well, if they're in your pocket, that doesn't do shit for you.
Well, yes, but
But
I also have a knife, so I have time to get
you
the
get me.
knuckles out.
The bottom line is Mr. Whitman hits with a raise because of unarmed attack, or because he is an armed
6.
attacker.
What is that? An extra D6?
Yes, it is an extra d6.
Oh, you don't reroll. Damage. 4, 5, 8, 9.
You do reroll damage.
Oh.
Yeah, damage is definitely reroll. Damage is the only thing you reroll that stacks,
Mhm.
or that stacks together.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what it was. 20.
Yeah. This dude cries out in alarm as you all enter. Your arrow skids off his sides. You see him raising this strange looking shotgun. It looks like it's got a bolt running along the stock to the action, as the stock is more curved than it is like or the butt is more curved than it is just like a flat piece, leading to this 4-barreled, looks like breech loaded shotgun, or not breech loaded, break action shotgun. He
I get the
raised
stats of that loot.
it's just a double barrel, but it has 4 barrels instead. It's not sawed off. It's a double barrel shotgun with 4 barrels.
Can I shoot all 4 at once?
No.
So
But-
2 and the 2?
Yeah, but you can use both barrels twice. As he levels it at you, but how do you take him down with that like knife attack as this dude's about to fucking kill you?
Shoot that. He yells out. I don't say anything. I just run up to him, stab him in his throat, slash it out.
That's what we like to hear.
Nice. All right.
As he hits the ground, I loot. If combat's over.
No, combat's not over.
Alright, is it my turn? Still my turn because I loot?
You may pick up the gun. Yes, you may pick up that gun. And remember what I just said not that long ago? If you pick up one more long arm, we're gonna start having to talk about that.
Now, that's not fair.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
Other people have multiple long arms.
Who?
I don't
Yeah.
have multiple long arms.
All right, you have 2 medium-sized weapons, 1 pistol, a bow, a rifle, and now you're trying to carry a 4-barrel shotgun.
That sounds fair.
We'll talk about it later. For now, I'm cool with you holding it.
Alright, I'll hold it, but I won't use it.
I mean, you can use it right now if you want to. I'm just saying, if you want to start rolling around with this many guns, like, that's gonna require some shit on your part. Or some choices to be made on your part. But for the sake of this, if you want to use this, I don't care for this combat. I'm just saying later.
Okay.
As you snatch that, do you move into the apartment at all?
Yeah, find like some cover. Establish the breach.
So, as you all open and the immediate effects of this sort of burst of combat wear off, you see a rather well put together and nice apartment out before you. Beyond the elevator is a hallway leading towards what looks like to be sort of like a foyer a little further in. And you can hear footsteps moving around, but there's not really cover in this hallway other than the lip of kind of like the doorway leading into the foyer. So that'd probably be your best bet. That's about 20 feet forward. As you move and stack up on cover, it is now JP's turn.
All right, I'm going to head for the door. I'm going to reach down and grab the shotgun of the other guy
Sure,
who has a bolt in his head.
sure.
May I also retrieve the bolt for my comrade?
No, that's
Understood.
a lot of work.
Understood. Okay, what can G... I guess I'm just gonna have the shotgun in my hands. And, run up... Can I do a note? I know we heard voices. Can I do a notice check when I get up to Whitman? Are they visible to us yet, or do we just know that they're coming because all we hear are the voices, even once we leave the elevator?
Once you move up to Whitman, yeah, you can give me a notice check if you want to.
Okay. It's your 5.
You see one man sort of rounding out, this like foyer's laid out in front of you, you know, a few nice sofas, very well made wooden tables, stuff like that. It's quite lavish in here. And there's a doorway on the back left wall as you're looking forward. You see it open and a dude is moving in. But you hear more voices further back, but that's the only person you see right now.
Okay, what can I even do that could be remotely quiet? Not a whole lot. Can you throw a knife? Like if you have a Bowie knife,
Yeah,
are you actually, because you know that it doesn't come with like a range that I remember
yeah,
seeing on
no,
the
sure.
thing.
Same as all throwing rules, you just have to make an athletics check in place of a shooting check.
Okay. I guess that'll be the one thing I do then, because I would hate to just waste the whole turn just walking.
Mm.
Alrighty. Oh, please. Okay. 3 plus 6, 9 to hit.
Okay, that hits
Um,
with a raise.
so the damage for the Bowie just says strength plus D4 plus, is it your strength die?
Your strength die plus a d4.
Okay, so that is a D4 plus a D4
Plus a d6 for the raise.
plus a D6 for the raise plus 1 with an AP of 1. Goodness gracious, that might have been some of the worst damage you could have possibly. I literally just rolled a 1 for both of those D4s. The only one I get to reroll is the D6. And that wasn't much better. Okay, so 2 from the D4s, and then 6 plus 2 8, so plus the 2 from the D4s is 10 plus 1, 11.
Okay. I'll soak that. Or I'll attempt to soak that.
And I'll mark the fact that some dude now has my Bowie knife.
Which I do, and that will also remove his, why is that word escaping me? Not stagger. Shaken. So he soaks the wound in the shaken as you throw the Bowie knife at him, and he sees it coming and just bats it away with his shotgun as he moves forward.
Can I get that back?
We'll see.
Oh no, that was me acting like I'm just like, hey, can I get that back?
Yeah. It is now Oliver's turn. Your last initiative before it is their turn.
We gotta be quick about this.
Yup.
Yep.
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 Okay. God. Ollie will take out his sword and rush down the hallway. And I'm gonna make 2 attacks.
Okay, so first things first, 20
Okay.
feet to get to the end of the hallway where they're at, and then the dude who's coming through this room is another 15 feet. So you're gonna have to make a dash to get the full 35 to get to him.
Oh, okay.
Nice thing about this is that since it's only 5 feet out, you don't have to roll this dash because you can't possibly fail it. It's just 5 feet out of your thing.
Gotcha.
But that is one of your actions. So if you want to take 2 swings, you're doing that at -4.
-4. We'll roll with it.
Okay. And since we were just talking about it, unarmed attack, so actually only -2.
It's 2. Exactly, and that's why we roll with it. First swing is 8 to hit.
That hits with the... Oh yeah, their parry sucks. That hits with a raise.
Second is also a 10.
Both hit with a raise.
All right. Damage for the first one is 7.
Mm-hmm.
For the next one, that's more like it. We're starting at 17, and I have two sixes.
Okay, yeah, now you're good. You kill him.
Just run him through, and I'll, in my turn, holding him up, trying to use him as cover.
Okay.
In the hallway.
As you stab through him and just kind of pull him around, because you're in the foyer now, as you have breached into here, because he was coming from a room beyond. You see in the foyer, there is a room on the door to the right of the hallway, and then on the other side of the wall that this guy just came out of. And both of them open at about that time as 2 guys come through. Both wearing the same sort of aprons over top of their clothing as well. Both of the same shotguns. They see all of you. First thing you see is the one who came out of the door on the right pulls what looks to be like some sort of syringe out of his pocket as he stabs it into his forearm and pushes the plunger down. And the second one pulls out a small, like, it best describes like a cylindrical, like just a little metal tube, it looks like, as he rolls it towards JP and Whitman. I have to roll activation for both of them.
He took a regen shot.
I think that dude just took steroids.
Both of their powers activate, so they're both successful. The first one, as you watch the syringe push down, you watch as his skin becomes discolored, as it takes a grayish hue running up his arm and up his shoulder into the top of his neck almost. as he moves through this doorway after doing it, you hear the doorway scrape against the skin as it makes a sound of something much, much harder than skin. And then the second one, as he rolls this little device towards you all, it starts making a little whirring sound. And as it does, you hear this loud pop and then an echoing like explosion afterwards. I need both of you to make vigor rolls.
D6.
The DC on this is 6.
Seven.
Okay. Mr. Whitman?
Yeah, I'm trying to find a D8.
Pyramids, butt to butt.
That's true.
That is true.
I can't argue with the logic.
No.
Um, 5.
Okay. Do you want to reroll or do you want to keep it?
Yeah, I'll reroll it.
Okay.
But like when you ask that, it's pretty important. I got a 5.
As this thing rolls in, this loud pop and a flash goes off. JP, you are disoriented but able to hold it back. Mr. Whitman, you are stunned.
Oh, that's not that bad.
And then they will both take shotgun blasts at Oliver. Both of them will use both barrels.
No.
What is their shooting?
Or that's a lot of damage.
It is a lot of
I'm in
damage.
danger.
Shooting. Okay. I've got 2 hits. Wait. You did say you're using a guy's cover.
I was trying to use a big bodyguard as cover.
It's not good cover, but it will give them a hit through cover, so it'll add to your toughness on one of those. The other one hits you regardless.
That's fine.
Okay. The one that hits you regardless we'll do first, since that's probably the bad one. $15 damage on the first. Oh, I'm sorry, both barrels. 17 damage on the first.
Alrighty.
Wait, is that right? +2 for both barrels, right? You guys use shotguns way more than I do.
Don't ask
Let
me.
me look at my thing. I think it's
It
just
should-
an extra. I don't use double barrels.
Daniel, what's your double barrel say about using both barrels? Is it +2 damage or +4?
I thought it was +4.
Double barrel, it says.
Actually, I think I'm
1 to 3d6.
Let me start.
+4. If the attacker
+4.
fires both barrels at once, roll damage
Okay,
once and add +4.
Alright. 19 damage.
Alrighty.
What is your toughness?
Your mom.
6 + 1.
There's a +1 carry, so 7 means 3 wounds and shaken.
Yep. Using my last chip.
Why don't you say so?
That's good. Uh, 26.
Why do I even fucking try? You're good as you soak that one.
I can't stop this one. So.
The second one goes off. Oh god, I gotta do cover. Fuck, hold on. What's the toughness of a guy?
Oh.
I don't know. This one's kind of mangled.
I'll call him a light door.
Half
He
a
seems like a
door.
light door. I think he's a light door.
Or a shotgun
So
blast that close.
that means add 5 to your toughness. So your toughness threshold, since I'm hitting you through cover, is 12. Much more manageable damage coming at you this time, I
Okay.
think.
I hope so.
Well, actually, no. It's pretty much the same. 18.
Alright.
I thought since there wasn't a 6 with a reroll, but I think it was just like better overall. So 17 on a 12, which means that's 5 up. 1 wounded shaken.
Alright.
Do you want my last Benny?
Nope.
Okay.
First. Dude gets blown away by the first shot, and then I gotta roll with the second one.
Did you soak it? I'm sorry.
Yes, he said. You see.
No, I took it.
Oh, okay. So 1
One
wounded
wound
shaken.
and shaken.
Okay. Back to the top of the initiative order with Mr. Whitman. You watch them do that as both of them, seeing what they see, use their various things and take shots before they go into their own doorways. So they walk in, do their actions, take 5 feet, and take cover. So they
they're
are doing much the same as you guys are. However, you are stunned. So the first thing I need you to do
oh,
is make a vigor roll, DC 6.
all right, 6.
Okay, you pass. The effects of the device that stunned you start to subside as you blink and your sight returns to you and your hearing stops ringing as you shake it off as you get your turn.
How far are they?
They are about the room about 25 feet. Probably equal distance as they came through different doors, but one curves right and the other is just straight. So I'd say 25 or 30 feet.
And those are the last 2, right?
That you know of, yeah.
All right. So I charged one of them.
Which one?
The one that shot. The one that actually hit.
I
I
mean, they
think.
both hit.
Left one.
Okay, the
I'll say
left
the
one is the one that used the stun. Okay, sure.
And shoot him with the sawed off.
All right.
Double barrel. Both
Okay.
rounds.
Okay.
Seven. I get a -2, right?
No, why would you get a -2?
Because I'm using both barrels.
No, but that doesn't give you any negatives. You get a +2 because you're using a shotgun.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The damage?
No, to your shooting roll.
Oh. I thought there was a negative to shooting both barrels.
No, there's a negative to taking 2 actions, but
Oh, okay.
shooting both barrels doesn't have any, drawback other than you're using double ammo.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, so like your next turn, you basically have to spend the whole thing reloading.
Mm.
Right, sure.
Well, not these ones. You have a second. You have a second set of chambers.
All right, so yeah.
All right. That's a hit with a raise. 4d6 plus 4.
$3d6.
46. You hit with a raise.
Oh, Nice. Uh, 14.
Okay. 14. Let me math. Hold on, I got a math. Baby. That's I need to save twice to get that. Yeah, fuck it, we'll try. Let it ride. I only save once, so it doesn't matter. You get him. As you whip out the shotgun, unload 2 rounds, and just catch him in the chest as he flops backwards.
Yep. And I'm in kind of that doorway. I'm guessing because like he ran into that doorway.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of in there, and I flip around and look at the next guy
Yep. All right, you square up with him.
with 2 of his buddies' blood all over me.
You square up with him as it moves to JP's turn.
All right. Is swapping weapons one of your actions when they're long weapons?
I'll say if it was a pistol, no, but long weapons, probably, yeah. Like,
Okay.
if you pulled a pistol or a melee weapon, I'd say no, but I think if you're switching from one rifle to another, probably.
Well, I was gonna, because I can't technically use because if it's the same stats as a double barrel, it requires a D6 strength, and I don't have that, so I can't
I
use
think
the
you can
shotgun.
use it, but you're just at like a -2. And actually, these have more than that. They are heavier. They require a D8 strength.
Then yeah, I was just gonna ask if it would be like a turn to put my brass knuckles on.
No. If you're doing something like brass knuckles, no. You can just. I'm not gonna make you have action for drawing a melee weapon.
Okay, because I was gonna wield the brass knuckles and go in and try to beat the other guy up unless he's too far away.
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Alrighty. Don't know why I just picked up 3d6 to roll to hit. That's not. There we go. So that is 17 with the
Yeah,
to
you
hit on the
hit
brass
with a
knuckles.
raise.
And then that is what? Strength plus d4, so just d4, d4.
Yep. D4, D4, D6, because you got a raise.
D4, d4, d6, right? Because of the raise. Okay. So far I'm at 10. 16. 19 damage.
Yeah, I can't possibly soak that. You schwack him.
I just Chris Browned that guy.
Yeah, no, you absolutely crack his ass as he hits the ground. That's effectively combat for now. I need notice checks from everybody.
Yes, sir.
I crit failed.
Okay.
I am too far gone into the boxing match I just went into.
Uh-huh. You didn't describe how you got that guy. How'd you get that guy?
How did I get him?
Yeah, how'd you get that
Fist
guy?
of God.
I straight ran through that door thinking I was going to be helpful. He spooked me, so then it was one of them fearful punches. So it was everything you had. And like Daddy taught me, when you punch a man, you punch for the back of the head. That way, when you first meet the face, you go through.
Excellent. Fantastic. I don't know how to punish you for a crit fail on this one. You drop 50 cents and you don't notice it.
Oh no! Hey, Confederate or American? I have both.
American, because it hurts more, right?
Oh. How will I ever financially recover?
I don't know. I'm legally required to punish you, but I got nothing to really punish you with. So you drop 2 quarters and you don't see it. All right, other 2 notice checks.
14.
All right, 14,
5.
5. Hey, 5. At this point, with everything clearing, you do hear sort of like a rustle in the room that the guy that JP just clocked came out of, where you see like a dining room kind of set up as you hear more people in there. Oliver, you hear that as well as like a distinctly female voice like telling one to like shush. And then you also hear bells ringing outside, like in the courtyard,
Yeah.
as gunshots in the loft.
Yeah. Just kind of pick myself up. All right. You two, watch the elevator. Grab whatever you need off those 2 guys. I found the girls. And start heading that way.
All right. You round the corner, and as you do, you come into this like dining room that's like set for the evening. And as you do, you see 2 young ladies kind of like cowering in the corner, each wearing sort of that long, like standard 1800 style, like maid outfit with like the long black dress that goes down to the ankles with like the little white like lace thing on, you know what I mean,
Yeah,
on the
no, I get
front.
you.
They both look absolutely horrified as you round the corner, and just kind of like clutching each other.
I don't mean you any harm. We have to move quickly. We are here to rescue you. What was the sheriff's daughter's name?
I should know this, shouldn't I? All right, I'll fucking hold on a minute. God damn it. No, 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 no. I got it. I got it.
I ain't got this written.
Margaret. And then Moira was the Puckett girl's name.
Margaret? Moira? Is that correct?
They both just kind of like look at each other and then nod without really saying anything. They're both like fully shaking, like,
That's fair.
yeah.
Now, I know this is scary and this is happening fast, but we have to get out of here.
All right.
Was there another lady with y'all?
They just kind of look at each other, and then the one who kind of answered to Margaret, who is a Latin gal with darker skin, sort of pulled back into a bun, dark hair with hazel eyes, kind of looks at you. She's in that room. They keep her locked up.
All right. Come with me.
Right.
I'll
And she
start
like,
heading.
yeah, picks up, kind of like lifts Moira up and urges her along.
I go to that other door.
As you go to that other door, you two in the front, as like this minute passes, you watch the elevator start going down.
What?
Can push a button like prevent that?
Not that it's not like a button elevator, there's a lever in the elevator, and there were ones outside that call it down. There's one in here that would call it back up, but you think like most elevators, it'll go down before, you know what I mean? Like once it starts going down, it'll come back up after it goes down.
We could always close the door and put crap in front of it.
I was just gonna break the chain.
But then y'all are stuck up here if you break the chain.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Yeah, that's
We
the
got a
only
couple
flaw.
turns.
in this
We got a
plan.
couple turns before it gets down, and then a couple turns before it gets up. I'll be there. Don't you worry. I got a plan.
He's got a
Okay.
plan. He's got a plan. All right, as you move through this very lavish, well put together apartment, pretty much like a condo almost. Like This is an entire house above this factory.
Mhm.
As you move to this other room, you see a door that Margaret points to. She's in there. And you go. It's locked though.
Boot, meat, door.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
You can give me an athletics check, or you can attack the door.
I mean, I'll do athletics because I don't want to hack down the door. That doesn't seem very cinematic. 10.
Kial, as you kick the door open, as you do, you see a well put together bedroom that's kind of tore up, honestly, with some shit flipped over in it. You see the remains of like trays that had carried food that have been like strewn about, and you see a. How old is Jessica, JP?
She's probably like a year or two younger than JP. So
If you were to
like
put a number to
Which would
that.
make her.
like 24.
Okay.
Okay.
You see a young gal, mid-20s. What's she look like, Austin? Why don't you give me that too while you're at it?
Mm.
Like JP.
Like JP, but with boobs.
No, JP's the only ginger of the family.
Like a
Explains
red,
a lot.
like a brown-haired JP, but with boobs.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, probably like
Oh!
no, not. I was just saying, yeah, she's extremely short, really only like 5'1", probably at best. Um, Standard build, I guess, for a 24-year-old. Kind of has a semi-obnoxious, high-pitched voice. Kind of what made the rest
Alright,
of the family
fuck
not
you,
care
for
for her.
one. For one,
No.
fuck you. For two.
No. Take a chip, Austin. Fuck him.
Alright, well, whatever's coming up in that elevator just doubled.
Just, I mean, I was gonna say she had like a Valley California girl tone, but
Where would she have gotten that from?
hey, you don't know. Maybe that's what it sounded like back in the Midwest before they went to California.
It's not, but whatever. Okay. Sandal fucking Phillips.
Oh, this is the best of the session.
Yeah, I'm not good at high pitched. It really hurts. As you kick this door open, you see that self-described girl in sort of a brown sort of, common dress, not very like Little House on the Prairie style. That sort of like plaid sort of texture to it. As she looks up at you, kicking in the door, and immediately brandishes like it looks like a piece of wood that has been shaved down into.
Shankified.
It's been shankified more or less. As she brandishes it. I'm not prepared to do high pitch, so you're gonna have to get
Alright,
over it
you're
for now. I'll
fine.
get you next time.
Miss Peters, we're leaving.
She just kind of like cocks her head, looks back and forth a little bit. Good enough, and starts walking towards you, and keeps Shiv in hand as she moves with you back into the place that you all had like staged in the foyer. I presume you guys are fortifying now, is what you said you were doing?
Yep.
As she rounds the corner, the first person she catches eyes with is JP. As she sees you, cocks ahead, and like that, like good. She had like a smile on her face as she was being saved. That's nice. She sees you, flattens, completely flattens. all right, you son of a bitch, and she goes and like jumps at you and like starts like trying to grab at you, just like that sort of sibling rage choke. And she's like, I don't know what the hell you've been doing, but they came and took me because of you. And she's just like grabbing at your face as this happens.
Calm down. Calm down.
I'm gonna calm down. I've been a prisoner for 3 weeks. She smacks you in the face.
Mm.
2 things. All right. Feel free to grab whatever you can. They're aware that we're leaving, and before like the door is fully like barred, pull out a grenade. I got an answer.
Oh, okay. So are you saying when it comes back up, yeet grenade, or yeet it as it's going down?
Basically, as it's going, I guess I should wait till.
Wait till it
'Cause
stops at the bottom.
There is the risk. I'm just gonna say like the risk of you like breaking the elevator if you grenade it.
That's fine. I figured that way, like, I don't know, we could try to like rope our way down.
Yeah, no, I got. That's fine. I got what rope. As it's going up, throw the grenade.
What about the
Gotcha.
girls though?
I figure that's something that's just gonna have to happen. Like,
Okay, sure,
do your best. We might have to catch them.
sure.
But I think a grenade's probably the best answer right now.
All right. So how are you throwing it and when?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Basically, we'll wait till they start coming up, and then I'm just gonna crack the door open as they're like halfway up, and then drop a grenade in and close the door.
Sure. All right, that starts going down, and they start grabbing shit, like whatever they can. And by they, I largely just mean Moira. Margaret gets a gun. Like, she goes and pulls a revolver out of one of the dead guys' belts and tries to like pocket as many bullets out of his bandolier as she can. Moira grabs some shit. She ain't too bad for it. And normally Jessica would likely also grab some shit, but she's far too focused on trying to murder JP right now.
Mm.
As she is just smacking the shit out of you
I go
and just
up to
yelling.
Jessica.
She got to reach really. She got to reach to hit my 6'3" face with her little 5'1" frame.
You were like mid like setting stuff up. I assume she's tackled you. Like this, she is going to town. She's gone slap happy.
I kick her off of me.
As they're rolling around the floor, I walk up. Ma'am, how you doing? Tip my hat.
Eats
She-
fishing, and I want to do it.
Like you get pushed off as she looks up and she looks at you and she's got like this sneer on her face and she like takes both of her hands and grabs either side of her dress, pulls it up, does a curtsy while still snarling a little bit. Charmed. She kicks JP in the balls.
Mr. John H. Whitman to you, ma'am. I hold up my hand.
All
The
right.
entire time she's still like mad and snarling at JP. She shakes your hands.
Oh. You
I give
will be
her
obliged.
Sure.
I like her vibe.
All JP mutters as he's groaning in pain. I should have left you here.
Be all obliged and come get yourself a weapon. Or
I
you can
will.
continue doing that.
I might do both, but that is yet to be determined. And she walks over.
Help
Took a
up
shot.
JP.
I was about to say, how much ass
on.
does Jessica have on her right now? She's not gonna be able to wield it appropriately because she can't lift it. She grabs a shotgun though. She picks up one of these quads and just starts pocketing shells. And she looks at JP. I thought you were supposed to be preaching through Arkansas or something like that. I didn't give a shit, okay? But then they come and drag my ass out of home and start asking me questions about you. I haven't seen you in I don't know how long. Don't really care to remember how long, considering that they've had me here the whole time. They wouldn't even let me be a maid because they said I was too rambunctious.
Well, they got one thing right at least.
Oh, they got one thing right. That's what you got.
I intervene. JP, I think Oliver needs some medical attention.
Yeah.
Miss Jessica,
I-
you can come
I
help me
start-
move this here table.
I go get my knife back, and then I go over to JP, or not JP. I'm JP. I leave and go into the third person.
I go into astral form to look at myself.
When she-
How'd we get here,
Her
man?
her kicking me in the balls was just pulled my soul right out of my body.
She Doctor Stranged you.
Yeah. No, I go over to Whitman. I'm like, all right, let's take care of them wounds.
No, Whitman.
He's got
Darn it, I got it wrong again.
I kicked the
Yeah.
sense out of him.
I like how I was staring at the name Oliver too and went, Mr. Whitman.
Mr. Whitman.
And that's me and Jessica's. I'm
Yeah.
assuming moving that
I
table.
heal Chance. It
Yeah,
worked.
she's helping you push it.
Thank you.
You can hold yourself up mighty well there, Miss Jessica.
Well, growing up like we did, kind of had to. And you know what? I'm kind of glad that I do at the moment because I have a pretty shit family. And she looks over at fucking JP and sticks her tongue out.
She ain't wrong.
You're half the reason I left.
Oh, is that? Oh, I'm gonna shoot him when he's not looking.
I want to advise
She
you
says that to him. I go, I'm gonna stun her when she's not looking.
I don't even know what that means. That's stupid.
I wasn't talking to
What are you
you.
gonna do? Tap dance?
He's a witch. We'll get to that later.
She just helps you push it back forward. And as all this is happening, you hear that, and then you hear the as it starts to rise again. I will note the time it took you to get back up and the time it's coming out this time is about twice as long. You don't think it went to the ground floor. You think it went to the sub-basement and it's now coming back up.
Oh, fuck no.
How many bullets for this shotgun could I grab off the floor in the couple minutes it's gonna be?
I mean, you got time to grab as many as you want, I think.
I think you guys could get a solid loot off. Those guys had some extra shit, some extra syringes. We could, I think we could do a full loot in the time we've done.
Alrighty.
Sure.
Just be very
Let's do it.
smooth.
Let's do a full loot then.
Yeah, they each have shit. They each
How
have
much
like
money
cold
they got?
peacemakers on them. They actually aren't carrying much cash.
Yeah, I figure they wouldn't have cash.
For scrap's sake, I'll say roll a d10.
Okay. Gotta go over here. That is a 7.
You each find $7 worth of stuff, like cash on them.
Hmm.
Like they knew they were going to be doing a guard shift in their own warehouse. They weren't exactly lugging around town money.
Oh dang! There's a hole in my wallet. Oh well.
They do that, and you find Colt peacemakers on all 5 of them, and then each one of them has the quad barrel shotguns.
Okay.
You could probably find they each probably had 20 shotgun shells with them, and then a literal fuck ton of 45. So, and then the aprons are very heavy leather. You think wearing them might provide you a slight armor bonus, but they are very noticeable. They are very heavy, and they are covered in knickknacks, gadgets, and things you don't understand, including more syringes and stuff like that.
I will actually put one of those on because I have not used armor this entire campaign.
Okay.
That is very fair.
You slap on this heavy leather apron. You may have 1 armor as long as you are wearing it.
Where do I put that?
I don't know.
I'm gonna put.
I would just put it on under like the edges and advances for now, as kind of a quick inventory, and then you can sort it out after session.
Cool.
Here.
So, if you want to tool around with like the syringes and gadgets, I am going to need from you. This is unfortunate that this is how the rules in this game work. I need a mad science check.
Okay.
And if you are not proficient in mad science, unfortunately, you cannot make the check.
Then that don't matter. We take
These
these to
guys are-
Jimbo.
These guys
Yes,
are
we
mad
do.
scientists. Technically, their gadgets are their trappings for casting magic, so no one else can actually use them.
Okay. Well, I
So
I
when
do
he threw
take.
that flashbang, that was him casting stun.
All right.
Oh.
You guys don't need. I'm talking to Whitman and Fairchild. Y'all don't need these aprons, right?
Clang, clang.
Cool.
That'll be fun.
I take the other 3 and hand one to each of the girls.
Ah, very good. Very good.
And when I go over to Jessica and be like, wear this, it suits you.
I don't know why you're being hostile. This is your fault.
I don't know. Maybe it's because you kicked me in the balls.
You're lucky I didn't shoot you in them. I have been kidnapped.
You're lucky.
Sean.
You're lucky I'm even here.
All right, children, settle down now. Miss Jessica,
And then I also give her one of the revolvers.
can
Like,
accompany me.
use a gun you can actually use.
No, this is my gun. As she hefts the quad barrel and walks over to Mr. Whitman.
Doom music starts playing.
You hear the tick of it starting to rise again. If you are making a play, Ollie, like, this is about your time.
Okay. I am gonna swap to my Marlin before anything
Sure.
happens.
Sure.
Just kind of crack the door. Use the little compact mirror. What are we looking at?
A cloud of steam.
Oh. Oh, no, 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 no.
We could break the elevator chain.
Miss, toss the nade.
Yeah, fuck this. Nade. Close. Everybody get back. It's some kind of cloud.
Okay, so
And a grenade.
oh shit, hold on.
Grenade.
Let me find dynamite. Hold on.
I've
now.
got you, good sir. What do you need to know about it? I'm already on it.
Literally everything.
1 to 2 sticks. Range.
It's just one. It's a one stick. It's a grenade.
Okay, so it's range 4, 8, 16 damage, 2d6. Notes, capital MBT, plus 2 damage for 2 sticks.
Okay. So this does 2d6 in a medium blast template,
Okay.
which is the whole elevator, and more. But you know, it's a shaft, so the elevator. 2d6 damage. Area effect damage cannot explode, or else it would be incredibly broken.
What?
Yeah.
Alright. Let's just say solid 10 then.
Okay. Solid 10. So
6 and a
first
4.
things first. The most important thing is elevator chain. See, if rope is 4, that means its toughness 10. So that would wound it. I'm about to start damage for this chain. Because I want the elevator to get up here.
So we're gonna start running to the other side.
As the chain soaks. The chain does not break, and you hear an explosion. And the sound of shrapnel pinging throughout the shaft and scraping, and the sound of a damaged elevator starting to grind up, but not falling.
To the other side. Everybody, now.
Y'all go on.
Going to the. No, all of us.
Leave
going to
me.
the other side. Whatever that cloud is meant to kill us.
Mm-hmm. Go, go, go. I start pushing Jessica.
Go ahead and pull up my little bandito mask.
So, you guys are essentially at the other end of the foyer right now.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to go as far away as we can.
Okay, so do you want to go like deeper into the apartment, or just like the full 40 feet back into like down the hallway and into the foyer? Because you could go deeper in the apartment, but you will lose line of sight.
Do we want to just be as far as we can and while still holding line of sight?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe
As you
we'll
guys
see.
hear this grinding clank as the elevator comes to a stop, and it shakes as the doors kind of hanging open sit there, and you just see this cloud of steam, and you just see this tiny little green glow inside of it. I need everyone to draw a card as initiative starts. I will draw first. Uh, who wants to draw next?
Hit me.
3 of diamonds.
Hit me.
The ace of spades.
Hey.
And then finally, Mr. Whitman, the queen of hearts. The girls, the 3 of hearts. Now, the first person to act is Oliver, followed by me, followed by Whitman, JP, the girls. As the elevator comes to a stop, as steam is pouring and condensed within.
Alrighty. My turn?
Uh-huh.
Alright. Is anything appear to be happening to, like, the tables and whatever we pushed against, like, near the door and all that?
No.
We gotta get the fuck out. Uh,
I will say give me a notice check.
okay. I guess emphasis on, like, listening.
Sure.
Alright. 13.
Okay. You look into this cloud of steam, just seeing this little like glow of light from within, and you start listening. And you hear the grinding of gears, the turning of machinery. It sounds like the pumping of pistons. And then with that 13, with that raise, you hear just the lightest, just barely conceivable something screaming.
And that's coming from the elevator?
That's coming from the elevator.
God, I wanted to hold on to one more dynamite stick, but I think we might be past that, boys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. Take my other grenade and throw it to try and get it to land, like, in front of the door to the elevator.
Okay. Give me an athletics check for your throw.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 6.
Yeah, you land where you intend to.
Right. 2d6 for the damage.
Yep.
Another 10.
Okay. I don't think it'll damage the elevator as much this time since it's landed in the hallway. At least I think that's fair given the way that it's situated. Unless you're trying to collapse the elevator. If you're telling me you're trying to collapse the elevator, then we'll take that into consideration. But if you're just trying to do damage.
I was trying to damage, like, inside the elevator. That's why I kind of said, like, in front of the door. So hopefully, like, the blast would go in. But if I already said it, so if it doesn't work that way, that's fine. I understand rules. So
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't mean to make that more difficult than it needed to be.
No, it's just that technically, like, everything in the elevator that is part of the elevator, like, above would be, like, within the lip, so it technically has cover, which means, it doesn't, the 10
Sure,
is
sure.
less.
Then don't worry
Yeah.
about it. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, cool. As, you throw this grenade and it explodes out, and the room you guys saw in front of you is shredded by shrapnel, and the smoke is even more as it clouds from the explosion, and you hear the tinking of metal as something bounces around, and there's just kind of this still in the air. After you throw it, you do anything else with your turn?
Just kind of like ending the turn, like whenever the explosion went off, if any of like the girls were next to me, just kind of like try to shield them from any stray stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and just like put an arm out and start like backing up so that they'll like back up as I go.
Yeah.
Like I know that doesn't matter because they're not on my turn, but
Okay. Sure.
I'm
Sure.
backing away from that.
As your turn ends, it is my turn. You throw this dynamite or frag in, it rolls, explodes, and you hear this tinking of metal. After that, there's just a long pause, and you hear a thud of metallic something hitting metallic something, and then another thud, and then another thud, as you see something hulking moving through the smoke towards you. And as it clears the smoke, you see a giant, probably 8 foot tall, bipedal piece of iron. It walks on 2 legs, but it has a spout in the back that is belching steam as you see pistons and servos and gears of this steam like design rotating through a chassis plated in the front with armor. On one side you see a clawed hand that looks almost like a pincer, and then the most immediate threat you see as you see this like in the little headpiece on top a green glow, and that's where you hear the screaming emanating from. But that is not the most immediately threatening thing you hear, as you hear a whirring from its right hand as you see barrels starting to rotate as a Gatling gun on its side opens up. It is going to take 6 shots. Let's see. I'm going to evenly distribute them between the 3 of you, so 2 shots each. Shooting is that. So the 2 shots
Lads.
at Mr. Whitman. I have a miss on Mr. Whitman, and a hit on Mr. Whitman. On JP, I have a hit on JP, and a hit on
With
JP.
his new toughness?
These have AP,
Yes.
and then a miss on Oliver, and a hit on Oliver. So, since JP got hit twice, I'm going to open with him. The first attack does 10 damage.
Mm.
And you have how much?
Toughness,
Mhm.
5.
Okay, 1 wound and shaken.
Guess I'll take that one.
Okay. Second attack. That hits. Shit, fuck. 17 damage.
Yeah, I'll burn a penny to soak that one.
Yep, that is 12 up, so that's 3 wounds and shaken.
Mm. Yeah, hate to see that.
Mechanically, you have 1 wound and are shaken, so you need to soak 2 of these.
Okay. Six. I got a 10.
Okay, you do soak 2 of them, but you still
Have
still
2.
have 2 wounds. As this thing, this hulking, belching steam, iron looking, for all intents and purposes, man, spinning its right arm, which is just a Gatling gun, starts to spray bullets downrange. Some of them missing, but JP, you take one in the shoulder as you hit the ground behind cover, as the wall behind you is torn apart. The 1 hit on Mr. Whitman. 9 damage. What's your toughness?
6 plus 1.
Okay, so just 6. You're just shaken from this.
Mm.
And then the 1 that hits Oliver. 19 damage.
What's toughness?
Toughness is it's your vigor plus something.
Yeah, it's like your. Oh, I don't know then, because I have a D8 in vigor. Mine's 6. I'm not sure.
I think it's half your vigor plus something. I'm looking for it. Hold on. I'll find it. Maybe. Okay, hold on. Traits. Toughness is your hero's damage threshold, damage rolls that equal blah blah blah. Your toughness 2 plus half your vigor die.
Oh,
That makes sense.
Okay. But yeah, Oliver, 19 damage.
And I think I'm out.
Let me see here. Your toughness is 6.
6 plus 1, but the 1 doesn't matter.
Yep, so 13 up. 11. 3 wounds and shaken.
Yep.
Unless someone's got a chip
Howdy.
on.
You
I
can
don't have.
You do? Or you don't?
I've got one.
I don't have a Benny.
You can have my last Benny.
Alright.
So how many wounds did you have beforehand?
None. Austin healed me.
Oh, well then you were never in danger anyway with 3 wounds and shaken.
Oh, I thought
Well, I
3
mean,
was handicapped.
No, you can take 3 wounds on your 4th wound. You're handicapped.
Gotcha.
That being said, 3 wounds and shaken is still like very bad, but
Staggered.
yeah, it's more
Alright.
like staggered and dazed.
That was very kind of you to give a Benny, Austin. Take a Benny.
No, no.
There has to be a cost to these things.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
So 15.
15. Okay, so that soaks. I think that soaks all of it, because 4 would be 1, 8 would be a raise, 12 would be another. Yeah, no, you soak all 3 wounds.
It was hella heroic. You deserve a
Take a
Benny.
Benny. Why don't you take a Benny? As it absolutely shreds the wall behind you, advancing slowly but methodically. Each round, clearly a heavy caliber. This steam-powered Gatling gun built into its frame, coming out from where its right arm should be. The other, a claw that looks like a vice that looks like it could probably encompass someone's torso. Advances forward. And that ends its turn as it marches forward. It is now Mr. Whitman's turn.
Hmm. Can I do a notice check to see, or smarts check, to see if I can see if like this is a machine,
Sure.
an
Sure.
automobile?
Yeah,
The
sure.
last thing that I've seen, very few times of it.
An automobile.
Them automobile things.
Them
Or,
damn automobiles. I mean, you live in a world where like technology, science, and magic have met a little bit. You know, like some things exist that are like purely marvels of technology mixed with magic, specifically from like Duststone. Like Zeppelins and airships are a thing. They just aren't common. They're very, very rare, but shit like that does exist.
Alright, I got 6.
6, you look at the way it moves and you just look through the plates in its armor, you don't see flesh on this thing anywhere. Like you don't know. I don't think Mr. Whitman knows what like an autonomous construct would be, but you don't see any signs of a person.
All right, but I see the pistons going.
You
Yeah,
see
I
the
know how
pistons
a
going?
car operates.
I don't know if you know how a car operates, but sure. We can go how you know how a generator operates or how a steam engine operates.
Yeah. And I see the glass. No, I'll look over at Oliver, injured. Look at JP. I turn to Jessica, tip my hat.
Mm-hmm.
It was nice knowing you, ma'am.
Oh God.
Be good, JP. I think he still loves you. I charge in,
Oh God.
and I got enough movement or speed to get around
Mm-hmm.
to the backside,
Mm-hmm.
and I start blasting the engine. I jump on it, start blasting the engine.
Okay.
So
Okay. Um, let's see here. So you don't really see you see a lot of exposed parts of it. So what I'll let you do is essentially make a called shot. Like
yeah, that's what
mechanically,
I'm gonna do.
it's not a headshot, but you're aiming for its vitals.
Actually, I'm not. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'm shooting. Yeah, bullets or no, I'm not shooting.
Oh.
Um, I guess I am gonna try to cut into a like a part that I see a bunch of like wires or some shit.
Okay. Sure. Not a lot of wires because not a lot of this is electronic, but like tubes, pneumatic tubes for carrying fluids, stuff like that. That's
Yeah.
all there. I'll let you make a called shot on that. Let's see. There are a few different types of called shot. You could take it at a -4, which would be for head vitals or something like that. So you could try to disarm it, like cut the tubes that lead to its gun or something like that. Or you could just go to like try to do as much damage as possible.
I'll cut off the guns.
Okay, yeah, you're going to attack its right arm.
I'll
So
go for the like ammunition feed.
sure, yeah, you can go for that. That is a -4 to make a disarm check against it.
Yeah. So
So
basically, I'm not using my knife, but I'm trying to break the belt. Uh, and doing that.
okay, so what are you using to attack it though? Because this is mechanically an attack.
I'm mechanically, I guess, using my dagger, but
Okay, sure.
uh,
Make this attack
story
at
wise, I'm going for the
yeah,
belt
I get you. Make this attack at -4 because of the call shot.
at -4.
Yeah, a disarming attack is a -4 called shot because you're aiming for essentially a hand or an arm.
4.
A 4? Okay, let me look at its parry. I wasn't expecting anyone to go hand to hand with it. Its parry is unfortunately 6.
Well, all right.
Okay. As Mr. Whitman dives atop this thing, stabbing at it, trying to find a chink in its armor, trying to get it, but it's moving too much for any of the tubes that run fluid to it or any of the ammunition stores going to the gun. He can't quite reach it. And his
Yeah, oh, sorry.
no, go ahead.
No, go.
And he just can't quite break into his armor as his knife and his hands just can't find purchase and it's scraping off as he is just rodeoing this 7 foot tall suit of armor.
And I yell out to the others to find an exit, get on out of here.
JP, it's your turn.
And get the ladies out of here.
What we doing, JP? JP.
Sorry, I don't know why that just got muted.
I've been talking this whole time. Could I do a notice check to see about alternative exit strategy?
Sure, if you would like.
Just to, because I don't want to not listen to Mr. Whitman, but at the same time, I'd like to stay. But if I could find a way to, or at least a direction to send to the girls that isn't in the direct line of fire. 9.
Okay. So with a 9, that's pretty good. You saw the other side of this building and you saw the core area. You're pretty sure as far as elevators go, getting up here, that was it. Like this is a one-way in, one-way out situation. That being said, there are narrow windows that lead out onto the roof that slants downward. You could get out onto the roof, but back to the ground from the roof is 40 feet.
Hmm.
The only
So,
way
if you had a rope, a way to tie it off, a good length of rope, you could maybe slide down the roof. That
the
being
only way up
said,
here,
what?
the only way up here is a elevator.
Yeah,
That's dangerous.
sure. That's correct.
All
Like
right.
emergency exit.
No?
Kind of. Where was Ocean?
OSHA don't exist,
OSHA, I'm about to
baby.
say OSHA ain't a thing.
We put the kids to work.
Yeah,
They
that's
got nimble fingers.
Them little hands.
this ain't about to be too easy then. All right. Well,
This ain't about to be too easy. The fucking presumably penultimate episode of this fucking whole arc. Yeah, it's not easy.
I'm gonna. All right. All right, Jessica, y'all get over there by the window. Worst case scenario, that's gonna be your way out. And then I'm just gonna, I guess, attempt to shoot down this. Actually, what's the distance of my smite? Can I help Whitman from this far? Let me look at that quick. I don't think I can. I'm pretty sure it's a touch. It is smart. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm just going to do 2 shots at it with the Marlin.
Okay. 2 shots at -2.
All right. That is... First one's an 11.
That hits with a raise.
Do you want me just to roll both hits or hit then damage?
Do them one at a time since
Okay.
he can potentially take this damage.
So this is 2d8 plus 2 plus a d6 with an AP of 3.
Yep. That does get through some of his armor.
15.
Okay, with a 15, he's shaken.
And then for the second hit, that one's only a 7 to hit.
The 7 hits, but it's 2. It does not erase though, so just normal.
Standard 2d8. That is 14 plus 2. No, sorry, I'm idiot. Oh, yeah, no, 2d8, yes. 14 plus 2, 16.
Okay. With that, he can't take another shaking, so he takes a wound. As you chink into this thing, bullets ricocheting off of it, but you see sparks fly a little bit out of it, and then like a gout of steam as one of the tubes leading from its sort of belching exhaust in the back down to its like core chassis gets split, and it starts to spray steam wildly as you put a chink in it. It's now the gal's turn. The gals will all back up. Jessica will take a ready action if anything comes around the corner. And Margaret will do the same. Since they're kind of clustered against the windows, they don't really have line of sight on this. So it brings us back to the top with Ollie. This thing continues to advance. It's taken shots from JP, slowed a little bit, and it's got Whitman on top of it. Its turn comes after yours.
And so there was that green cube
Green cube.
on it.
So it's not like a
Indus-
green. the green light you're seeing, so the front of its armor is like heavily plated, but there's just like a slight bit of grill in the front that you can just see green light coming out of. And as
Oh,
as it gets closer to you, you also can identify that's where you're hearing the screaming coming from.
right. Okay. Alrighty. Hmm.
Mm.
Mm.
Mm, mm,
Uh,
mm, mm,
then I'll take out my Springfield
mm.
and I will take a shot, and then I'll use my movement to back up and go into one of the rooms nearby for
Okay.
cover.
Yeah, take a shot.
Yep. Ooh. 11.
11 hits with a raise.
Magic number. And the raise adds
A
anything?
d6. A
D6. All right.
d6 or, hero point style if you want to do something weird.
I have an idea, but I don't know how it would happen with a bullet.
Okay, talk to me.
I was gonna say, all right. So hear me out.
Yep.
Of somehow like blocking one of the steam vents. You said there was like a main steam vent.
Yeah, think like a train almost. Like the engine has an exhaust in the back,
Yeah.
sort of like a smokestack type deal, and it's just kind of
Mhm.
belching steam behind it.
Yeah, I was thinking of like clogging that, but with a single bullet, I don't know if that's possible. So
Hmm.
yeah, I don't think that's possible.
Yeah.
Uh, I'll just take the damage
Yeah, sure.
because yeah, after this it might be a all hands on deck melee combat, so we might shove a bedroll down it or something. We'll see.
Nice, nice.
Holy fuck. Okay. Uh, 4. Oh wait. Here I am. All right. Sorry, it's late and I'm getting bad at math.
Mm.
Okay. All right. 24 damage.
20 shit. Okay. I'm out of chips.
7 and then 2 6s.
I am out of chips, so I cannot soak the 2 wounds that it takes as you just aim for that grill.
Yep, that was gonna be the descriptor.
Hmm. You
Just
aim
starts.
for that grill, line it up, send it through. Bullet clips straight through its maybe only weak spot. You hear it collide with whatever's inside of it as there's just a rush of energy as it starts to crackle with electricity. You
Oh
see
no.
its hands hit the ground, and as it falls forward, I need everyone except the girls who have already left the room are in this blast radius. Oh fuck, that's like good damage too.
Oh.
Um, as it hits the ground, everyone takes 14 damage as it explodes in
You
a
ain't got any.
flash of green and electrical light.
I have a single Benny.
Hold up, Bubba has a chip.
Bubba does have a chip.
You too. You two take. Austin, you use yours.
So what's happening?
Whitman.
What up?
Bubba, I beseech you, in our time of need.
What's
Lad's
going
about to
on?
get blown the fuck to shit.
I don't know.
Um,
Is it even worth me? I still have I think two wounds on me. So is it even worth me trying?
I mean, you gotta, don't you?
But can't
I mean,
I mean
you
like
have to do it
I
anyway.
could give Chance my Benny.
Good.
That's what I'm saying. Like, because at
I don't have
14
any
da-
wounds, so I can take 14. That's 3
Okay,
wounds.
so, no, hold on. Yeah, 14, and you don't have any wounds, and your toughness is what, 7 with armor?
Yeah. Is that two or three?
Let's see, 7. That's exactly 1 wound and shaken.
Holy shit.
Yes,
Yeah,
you're
I'm
exactly
fine.
at 7, so you're fine.
And then mine is the 5 toughness and the 1 armor. So that'd be
So,
what?
since
8,
you are
2,
at
3.
6 directly under, you take 2 wounds and are shaken,
So
and
I
if you are already shaken, 3 wounds.
okay. Then yeah, I have to still get 2 wounds gone to.
You got to be walking out of here because we can't afford to carry anybody.
Alrighty, guess I'll burn the last Benny.
And then, do you have any wounds, Mr. Whitman?
No.
Okay, so you're probably good to just take this too. But I mean,
Yeah, it's just one in it. A wound and shaken.
well, how much is your toughness with armor?
6 + 1.
If I- he's
Okay,
the same as me.
you're also at 7. Then yeah, 1 wound and shaken for you as well.
I got a
Yeah,
10.
fine.
10. That's 2 wounds soaked. So
I still have 2 wounds.
you still have 2 wounds. And you do maintain. No, you don't. No, you don't. Since you soaked both the wounds, you do get rid of the shaken too. As this thing clumps forward and explodes, as armor pieces and fragments fly everywhere, electrified by green energy. Mr. Whitman is thrown, hits the fucking ceiling, falls down. Oliver's thrown back, mostly behind cover. JP looks like he's about to fully get wrecked by this, staring down at it, about to go off, and then a hand grabs him from behind and pulls him through the doorway as Jessica yoinks you back in the room before it goes off. And nobody dies. The elevator's in front of you. To your left, you see an exit, maybe through the roof if you have to. There's still commotion downstairs. There's still bells ringing in the courtyard. Chaos unfolds, and you all are in the center of it. That's where we're going to end this one.
Mm.
Ooh, buddy. Now we get to start next session kind of spicy.
Y'all.
You always love those.
Uh-huh. See if y'all can make it out of this motherfucker.
So we're gonna go to the roof and we're gonna make a glider.
I love it. I love it. I
and
like
set all
that
the
energy.
guns.
I love that energy. Let's roll with that energy. Let's maintain it.
I say just kill them all.
Yeah, you guys are really in shape to kill them all.
I'm still doing fine.
Ask JP if he's doing fine.
I mean,
We live
JP
here
can
now.
JP can heal himself, but after that, there ain't no more healing unless I want to push my luck.
Hey, think about it this way. Like, it seems bad right now because you guys are grossly outnumbered, trapped in a hole, all that shit. But you get a fresh suite of chips next
I
time
was
we
gonna say,
start.
all I care about is having a handful of chips.
Y'all are gonna have a big old handful of chips when you start next.
Exactly, a handful of chips. He can heal himself.
Yep, but then there's
And,
no
we're
healing
back
the
to-
entire last session.
Yeah, but we got chips.
That's
You're being
true.
very confident, but I will say you have confirmed that there are at least 30 people there. At least.
Yeah.
Why is it the last session?
Of this arc?
Oh,
You
this
plan
hard.
on dying? Because I don't plan on dying. Mr. John H. Women don't die.
Well,
He
yeah,
said goodbye, boys.
his
To
demon
the
queen
end.
keeps
This
him
is it for
alive.
me. I'm not gonna lie, I really wanted another turn because I was gonna get old Whitman with that claw.
How?
I know you wanted to use that fucking claw.
I'm gonna get him with
He
that
wouldn't have been able to
claw.
reach back.
I mean, he'd have found a way. Like mechanically,
He's in
you were not
melee
grappled.
range.
Like he was in melee range. You were getting it. You were getting the claw, boy.
That
Yeah, but
claw.
it's a robot, so it would have had to slung me off and then pick me up because I was on its back.
Which is what my descriptor would have said as I clawed you. You didn't grapple it. I don't think you understand. Mechanically, all you did was attack it with a called shot. It doesn't matter that you jumped on its back because you never grappled it or took the time to do all of that. If you want the benefits of a grapple, you need to take the action to do a grapple, which you did not. Which
The
means I'm about to
Mavericks.
claw your. Yes, rules, very important.
I was about to claw his ass. And ooh, that claw is good.
Yeah, if there was one more round, I was like, just gonna say fuck it and take out my Lamat shotgun.
It was really a moment of Whitman really did buy you guys time, because I think if I had had another turn, I would have clawed him instead of shooting you all again, because that Gatling gun's a little motherfucker.
Yeah, no, that almost wasted us
Yeah,
pretty
no,
pretty swiftly.
it's not a Gatling rifle like old Jimbo has. This is a full ass Gatling gun. 2d8 damage, 3 rate of fire, AP2. This bad boy cost $100,000 to fire for 8 seconds.
We love it.
I'm glad you guys finally fought one of these. It was nice.
One of these. Fuck.
I mean, you
shit.
knew, right? You
I mean,
had
we
to know.
We're in the factory. Factories
Uh-huh.
don't make us one.
Wait, no. Couldn't be. I hope some pieces are maybe starting to fall together.
No,
Good.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You got to save your sister. I like your sister. I didn't know if I would until I started berating you, and I decided that I did.
I mean, I'd like her more if her voice matched how she should be, but you know.
Austin, you know, you did that to spite me, and that's one of those, you did that, and then a little dialogue box appeared in the top right of your corner that said, Brian will remember that.
Brian will
Because
remember
I'm gonna
that.
try next time, but I have got a crackly voice tonight, and I wasn't ready for that. You
I
can't
don't
just
even
go
know
out
if that's
high-pitched.
I don't even know if that's my sister. That don't sound like I ain't seen her in 10 years. How am I supposed to know that's my sister? That could be a man for all I know.
I'm not good at high voices. I'm not.
Phillips.
Santa fucking Phillips. I think that one may have ran about 20-30 minutes long. I apologize for that.
You
Okay, we had to
good?
get through the combat.